Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Roping and riding a terrorized cow moose and then dragging it gave cowboys on a Uintah County ranch enough of a thrill to capture the event on video. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that now those videos are being used to charge the trio with felony violations for cruelty to animals.
There is video that came up because of an investigation later, like a year or two later, by the Wyoming Game and Fish. This video shows these cowboys lassoing the moose and one of them riding it and spurring it. And then on another date, this was back in May 2021, another of the three has his lariat around it and is pulling the moose while the other cowboy videos it. Wyoming Game and Fish is saying that these violations, there's a felony involved against all three of these people. They're facing up to 2 years in prison and a $10,000 fine.
Justin Martin of Evanston, the registered agent for M. Arrow Ranch, Range H. Martin of Evanston, and Kylan W. Platt of Mallard City, Idaho, have all been ordered to appear on January 15, 2026, to face a variety of charges, including accessory to the fact to felony cruelty to animals, among others. Winds as high as 105 miles an hour were recorded on Tuesday, and most of the I-80 and I-25 were closed to high-profile vehicles because of the gusty winds. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that meteorologists say it's a result of cold air trading places with warm air.
We had a surge of cold air from the Arctic sweep over Wyoming during the weekend, and now there's a warm surge of air sweeping in from the Pacific. That's why Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day calls these 50-50 days. If you have a day in winter that's 50 degrees, you have 50-mile-per-hour winds. It gets super windy in Wyoming because of the winds aloft and the strong jet stream.
Wind gusts as high as 105 miles per hour were recorded on the Chief Joseph Highway north of Cody. Mount Coffin, one of the windiest spots in Wyoming, experienced wind gusts up to 86 miles per hour. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. During a tour of the Idaho National Lab on Monday, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright described Wyoming as a tremendous energy state. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Energy Secretary also urged support for nuclear fuel manufacturing.
When asked specifically about where Wyoming fit into all this, we talked about BWXT. BWXT has work going on out at the Idaho lab. They're providing fuel for a couple of projects, and they have this proposal in Gillette. His advice to Wyoming is get in the fuel manufacturing business. Welcome BWXT to your state.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright toured the Idaho National Lab Monday with INL Director John Wagner, U.S. Representative Mike Simpson of Idaho, and Idaho Governor Brad Little. The future of Cheyenne's Outlaw Saloon, Wyoming's largest bar, is settled. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Maury and Bonnie Brown Foundation purchased the building and will turn it into a rec center.
Cheyenne, the capital city of Wyoming, does not have a community rec center. There are much smaller communities that have rec centers in Wyoming, but the capital of the state does not have one. You can have an aquatic center, multiple volleyball and basketball courts, daycare, pretty much everything that the YMCA used to have when it was open.
Peaches Tyrell, who's overseeing the project, tells Cowboy State Daily that it will be a YMCA, quote, on steroids. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
you're really gonna like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The way is down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Wednesday, December 10. Here's what we're looking at today. Couple of poor excuses for cowboys caught terrorizing a moose. I don't care for it. I don't care for it. I'd be willing to not prosecute here just to have you never set foot in Wyoming again. Get out. You want to jump on an aging, sick moose and spur it and pretend you're a cowboy and abuse it and rope it. Allegedly, drag it. Go away. Leave Wyoming. You're not a cowboy. You're a coward. Get out. Dale Killingbeck has the story. Windy day yesterday, continues today. Big wind. Had big semi-tractor trailer trucks dumped over on their side. Most of I-80, I-25 closed to high-profile vehicles, so these truckers decided to try other routes. Let's go on 287. They got blowed over. Sometimes big rigs don't blow over. Sometimes you back your big rig carelessly right into the police car. Oops. Actually, you weren't even backing it. The thing has no parking brake. Piece of junk, big rig, allegedly. Pulled over by Sheriff Kozak's crew. Laramie County Sheriff's Office made a stop on Monday and found a overloaded semi-tractor trailer. 23 violations. As the deputy sheriffs are writing up violations, see bald tires, 3 of the tires are flat, improper, whatever. This truck was just like a piece of, it should have never been on the road. Would have never passed any kind of inspection. As the sheriffs are writing up the citations, this truck all of a sudden comes out of park and slowly rolls back and hits the deputy's car, like significant damage. They have to take it off the road. It's wrecked. Add that to the list. Faulty parking brake. And you can add to the list the most egregious violation: undocumented driver should not be in the country. Nicaraguan man was arrested, spoke no English, and doesn't have a CDL. They call the phone number on the door, on the side of the door, to say, try to find his boss. And the boss is like, we don't know anything about this trucking company. This is what's out there driving around on the highway. Frightening. We told you yesterday what we thought was going to happen to the Outlaw Saloon. I broke this story, Renee. The future of Cheyenne's Outlaw Saloon, Wyoming's largest bar, looks to be settled. Maury and Bonnie Brown Foundation stepped in, purchased it. They want to make a rec center of sorts in Cheyenne. What they say is going to be a YMCA on steroids in South Central Cheyenne. It'll be welcome, part of the community, much needed piece to the community for sure. And it also works into the plan. Maury and Bonnie Brown works right into the plan because they own adjacent properties. So they've been looking for a place to put a big rec center. So this works out it's a win-win for everybody except any of those who wanted to go drinking at the Outlaw Saloon. Daniel Junction. I just talked to Dave Bell the other day, photographer from Pinedale. And I asked Dave if he was the one who won the lottery ticket. He said no. Daniel Junction, tiny Daniel Junction Food Mart, sold a $2.2 million Wyoming lottery ticket. This place is tiny. It's a stretch to call it a food market. It's a gas, beer, bait, and ammo kind of place, But they do have some food. Daniel Junction. I mean, we can only hope that the winning ticket purchaser wasn't Chad Roberts, right? Is that his name? The wolf dude? Who's the wolf torturer? Wolf torturer. Yeah, wasn't it Chad Roberts? Man, my memory is just Cody Roberts. That's right. Yeah, no word, no confirmation that it was Cody Roberts who won the $2.2 million Wyoming lottery ticket, sold at Daniel Junction, waving it in our face. Here you go. I'm going to buy a whole batch of wolves. Archaeologists looking for grave robbers, essentially what they are. Archaeologists looking for a thief who stole a human skull from a Utah burial site. This is near Kanab, Utah. I've been down there a bunch. I'm trying to think of what site it could have come from. There's a lot of old native sites where you can find pottery and such, but more of that is in the southeast part of the state. Kanab's in the southwest. And I don't know of a ton of artifacts around, but there are, definitely are. And now there's one less. These so-called basket makers tribe, you find a lot of their stuff at some of these sites. Somebody took a skull, which is essentially grave robbery. Joel Boomgarden, who I think we're going to get on the show Friday. Joel Boomgarden is an archaeologist. And he said he's a lead archaeologist for the Trust Lands Administration. And Joel said it came to our attention in January. Somebody posted a photo of themselves holding the skull as their Facebook profile picture. Not only is the act of taking the skull from where it was resting a crime, but even being photographed, photographing this artifact is a crime. This is sacred stuff. In fact, the archaeologist can't ethically or even legally also share the photo. For instance, do you know the person in this photo? I guess they could blur out the skull, but they can't show the photo either. Human skull, described as law enforcement and archaeologists as a disturbing and disgusting act. Baumgartner says, in my 25 years with the agency, this is the first case of a theft of human remains. I'm not even sure what to call it, Baumgartner says. The fact that grave robbing is still happening in this day and age is shocking to me. Yeah, it's gross. We're going to get into that story, although I pretty much got into it. Whoops. And we'll talk to a Florida professor who probably shouldn't have been aboard that horse that he fell off of in Cody. Severe injury. He says he'll never ride again, but he will run. He's got plans to run a half marathon. He has recovered, but he's not going to get on a horse again. He's learned his lesson. Guests today? Yeah, we got a bunch. Shawn Sanchez is going to be on today. Shawn's a Utah-based artist who uses, speaking of skulls, he's got mule deer elk skulls that you can mount antlers on or horns or whatever, but they are replicas. They don't require you to go out and find a skull somewhere. He creates them with a 3D printer, and they look super realistic. Great for decoration, great to put up on the wall. The skull, and then you can affix antlers to those, presumably real. So there's a lot of people that find sheds, including maybe finding both sides a set, but the skull is either severely damaged or you don't find it at all. And if you wanted to have the full mount, an elk skull with a big set of antlers, Shawn Sanchez is your guy. Utah-based artist who does that. He's going to be on the show today. Representative Mike Yin, HD16, representing much of Teton County in the House, Democrat. He's going to talk about property tax. We've been talking about property tax all week. What do you do? What are the solutions for escalating property tax? It's got out of control for residential property tax. We talked about relief in the form of 25% off fire sale. We did that for a couple of years. But what is the long-term sustainable solution? We talked about eliminating residential property tax altogether. Just getting rid of it. Or what about targeted relief efforts? If you've been in your home for 25 years or more and you're over the age of 65, then you could see an elimination of property tax or 50% off property tax if you meet those criteria. Or just flat out getting rid of property tax. We had Scott Clem on the other day, Campbell County Commissioner, who said, be careful about just getting rid of residential property tax. First and foremost, you never really get rid of a tax. You just shift the tax burden. Somehow that money's got to be made up. And Scott Clem worried it would simply move over to sales tax. That's the proposition of one of the proposed bills we could be looking at as early as this session in a couple of months. Representative Mike Yin did note all we're doing is shifting the tax burden, but Representative Yin had another take I haven't thought about, and that's the fact that if you get rid of residential property tax, it would encourage large land owners. It would encourage people to hoard properties without the onus, without the financial pressure of having to pay a property tax every year on big spreads. People would just stockpile and play real estate as an asset. Not that they don't already do that, but one deterrent for people to buy up third and fourth and fifth homes that they never live in, simply using them as an asset portfolio, waiting for real estate prices to rise. It takes away a home from a family. It really tightens the market. And this will just make things worse, as Representative Mike Yin. if we do away with property tax, that's one of the barriers to sitting on property. You got to pay a tax every year on it. We'll have Mike on to talk about that. Kristy Bussey will be here. If you live in Casper and you're a book reader, you know her. She's the owner of Booking It, a new-to-you book boutique in Casper, and it's kind of new to Kristy. It's just 2 years old. As of last Black Friday, they celebrated their 2-year anniversary. We'll catch up with Kristy and owner of Booking It in Casper. On the retail front, we'll also check in with Rachel Hawkinson, owner of T-Hawk Studio in Casper. She's a metalsmith, jeweler, jewelry designer, harvests her own stones often in Wyoming. You've seen her work probably, and you got a chance to purchase it online. She's also got an exhibit coming up, I think, certainly in Casper, and I think she's taking it on the road as well. So we'll talk to Rachel Hawkinson later in the show, and Jared Petrino, of course, will be on, and we'll talk UW sports. Men's basketball just had a big win the other day over the Jackrabbits. First, let's get a little weather to you. It's going to be windy again. Yep. Super windy. Super wind. Looks like this day weather forecast. My internet is very sluggish. Very sluggish. My goodness. I can't even get the weather forecast to come up. All right. Well, I'll just do it by memory. Windy. Super windy. The W in Wyoming stands for wind. There's going to be a ton of that. Day weather forecast for December 10th. Still under that, the pulses from the Pacific Ocean. I know that. High wind warning all the way up until pretty much tomorrow morning in Casper. That's been on since yesterday. Partly sunny, windy, 55. Partly sunny in Riverton, 52 today. Mostly sunny in Evanston with highs in the middle 40s. Green River, high wind warning till tomorrow. Mostly sunny, windy, 54. Pinedale, chance of snow and rain, mostly cloudy, breezy, with highs in the middle 40s. Alpine, you're probably going to see snow and rain today, with a high 45. Rain likely in Jackson, mostly before 1 o'clock. Breezy, highs 47 in Jackson. That does not bode well for the ski community, although once you move up in elevation, that rain turns snow. We can only hope. Thermopolis, mostly sunny, 53. Cody, chance of snow or rain before 2. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 56. Buffalo, chance of snow, maybe mixing with rain. Yeah, highs in the upper 40s. Winter weather advisory in Sheridan till about 5 this afternoon. Snow and rain mix likely with highs in the upper 40s. Newcastle, chance of snow and rain, highs 41. Gillette, snow, rain, 47. Torrington, partly sunny with highs 54 today. A lot of wind in Douglas. Yep, again. Partly sunny, breezy, 54. Cheyenne, high wind watch until about 8 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny, windy, 52. Laramie, high wind watch till tomorrow afternoon. Mostly sunny, windy today, 47. Rawlins, wind. Lots of it. 46 the high, with winds gusting to 55, 60 miles an hour. Woo! That's windy. A good 50 gusts probably isn't enough to knock over your tractor trailer, but if you're hauling empty, if you're running an empty load, it'll certainly put a wiggle in your run down I-80, that's for sure. And 50s and 60s is kind of on the low end of what you might see today on Interstate 80. I would imagine that It's going to be closed to high profile vehicles again. Let me, I'll check the WYO roads map, but I would assume WYDOT doesn't want to see any big rigs on I-80 or 30 for that matter. Yeah, that's closed to all high profile vehicles under 20,000 gross vehicle weight due to gusting winds. So you got to be rolling heavy, certainly not empty. If you're on I-80 today, just enough weight to anchor you down, man. It's going to be windy. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take our first break of the day.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
So the wind that we've been talking about in Wyoming is a product of a clash of two different weather systems. One, this moist westerly flow off the Pacific with a real high velocity. Is that the term? It's a lickety-split moving jet stream. Don Day said, rare that you see winds aloft at 30,000 feet where the airlines fly. It's rare that you see the jet stream moving like this. Like, let's just say if you're traveling, if you're the owner of Delta or United or some airlines and you got a eastbound flight, California to Wyoming, you could seriously turn the engines off. Just hit a cruising altitude of 30,000 and become a glider You could throttle down pretty hard and you would get pushed. But if you're traveling the other way, you might have to refuel in midair. It's blowing so hard against you. Might cave in the windshield. I don't know. Jetstream, super robust. But what's that doing? That's moving along and it's clashing with this big, heavy Canadian cold front that's set to bring record low temps to the Midwest and eventually the eastern seaboard. Like, coming this weekend, you're going to see real cold temps. Chicago, it's always cold in Chicago. Chicago's going to see double-digit below zero stuff. And then places where it's not normally super cold, going to see record-setting cold as this Canadian cold front, which, thanks to the Pacific westerly flow, is getting pushed right out of Wyoming's way. Like, get out of here. Go over there. Go east of the Mississippi. That's going to bring some serious cold. Short-lived from what I hear. We'll ask Don Day, but if you got friends and family and acquaintances back east who are going to be under this cold influence, short-lived, fast-moving, and I think in behind it, towards the end of the month when we talk about Christmas, I think temperature is going to be returning to more normal. Record high temperatures yesterday. Burns, Oregon, tied the record high for set back in 1975. 54 degrees high yesterday in Burns, Oregon. Not to be outdone, Ontario, Oregon, 55. That beats the old record set in 2015. An old record set in 1939, Jerome, Idaho, was tied yesterday. 56 degrees the high in Jerome, and Twin Falls, you almost hit 60 yesterday. Can you believe that? Twin Falls, Idaho, tied a record high set in 2015, 59 degrees. The high in Twin Falls yesterday. It was warm all over. Dale Killingbag's story about these yahoos in Uintah County just sickens me. But we'll cover it because it's news and it needs to be covered. If not, to just hold a mirror up to society and hold a mirror up to these two wannabe cowboys, or three, I guess, three of them in total. The story: cowboys charged in felony animal abuse case for roping, riding, dragging a moose. This terrorized cow moose was seen on video. These Uintah County ranchers had enough fun with this that they thought, oh, we should capture this on video. What great, what great fun. Now those videos, the same videos, are being used to charge the trio with felony violations, cruelty to animals. Now, this happened all the way back in 2021, but the video's just now surfacing, I guess, just now being used to justify a criminal summons to bring the trio to Evanston Circuit Court, where these three will face felony violation, cruelty to animals. Justin Martin, 53-year-old, registered agent for the M. Arrow Ranch. Range Martin, who I would assume is a brother or related to Justin, Range Martin of Evanston, and Kylan Platt of Malad City, Idaho, all ordered to appear January 15th, next month, to face charges. Justin Martin charged with 2 counts of accessory before the fact. Range and Platt both charged with felony cruelty. Here's what happened. A Sheridan wildlife investigator found the videos on the telephone that showed an individual riding and spurring a cow moose that appeared to be in poor health, according to the Sheridan wildlife investigator, Joe Pickett, if you will. Among the images are a video taken on May 4th, 2021, shows the moose with a lariat around its neck standing in tall sagebrush trying to escape Kylan Platt, who's all gussied up in his cowboy best, blue jeans, chaps, boots, spurs, cowboy hat, tan leather gloves, and he's just having the time of his life. Kylan Platt can be seen standing on the bed of a red Honda off-road vehicle, holding the lariat as the moose continues to struggle. An unidentified male videotaping the incident, later identified as Justin Martin, using metadata retrieved from his cell phone. The moose stood with its head down, ears lowered, unsteadily, shaking, trying not to tip over. Another video, May 4th, 2021, with a timestamp of 3:33 in the afternoon, showed Platt kneeling on the moose, adjusting the lariat. Martin is cheering him on. Spur him some more, to the front. That a kid, Martin is quoted as saying in the affidavit. Martin is then heard saying that he's going to take his rope off the hind leg, saying he's just barely getting broke to ride. Don't choke him. Not many kids can say they have rode a moose, Justin Martin texted later with when he showed the video of it. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It just reminds me of the Cody Roberts thing. It's just there is a fine but definitive line between right and wrong. Look, I like bunkhouse humor as much as the next guy. I like cowboy stuff. I like doing cowboy SH and doing Western things and having fun like that. But I don't usually stop to videotape it because I don't know. I didn't come up in that era where I got to do everything on the phone and share it with everybody. You know, when they set my meal down at the table at the restaurant, all I think to do is eat it, not share it with the world. And if I'm doing some cowboy stuff, think of all the cowboy things I've done, all the redneck, all the dumb things I certainly would not do again. None of them harmed an animal, and none of them appear on video because you just did it. You did stuff. You went to concerts and watched and listened to them. You lived life, you were present, and you did stuff, and you didn't do it for later watching it on video or sharing it with your... Anyway, so the fact that you thought to videotape this whole event, that's a red flag for me, because now I'm wondering how much of an exhibitionist you are. I'm wondering if you're some wannabe influencer and you're just doing stupid stuff to win stupid prizes. But then, you know, the act, the doing, this is not even, I can't even get into a gray area and sort of excuse it with, the boys are just, that's just boys being boys. Boys will be boys. No, I can't stack it up. I can't put it in that category. This is beyond just stupid fun. This is beyond just drunk, dumb fun. This is wrong. There's a right and a wrong. And this moose, obviously aged, it was blind in one eye. It was old moose, just trying to die, just trying to live out the rest of its life. It didn't ask to be harassed like this, roped and rode and spurred, and then dragged behind your horse. No, man. No, that's felony cruelty. That's sick stuff. There's something wrong with you. Allegedly, whatever I got to say to make it so the lawyers don't come calling. That's sick. And again, I don't think, well, I don't know. A judge will decide whether you ought to go to jail for it, but I just want you out of the state. That would suffice with me. If I'm on the jury and the jury, they don't let the jury sentence. They only let you say guilty, or I would say guilty. And Your Honor, I would propose they get out of Wyoming pronto. They're in Uintah County. They're practically Utah. Go to Utah. Go somewhere else and do that nonsense. You don't deserve to breathe Wyoming air. You don't deserve to be here. Go away. Justin, go away. Go live in another state. That don't fly here. Range, bye-bye. Kylan, see ya. It's just wrong. Any way you slice it. Dale Killingbeck has that story. What say you, Cowboy State Daily Show listeners? Yesterday's story about bear care. I'm interested in this only because there seems to be no solution for healthcare, right? The last I heard, we still don't have a game plan. Republican senators say we hate Obamacare. We hate the Affordable Care Act. We're not even talking about extending anything to do with that. We don't like it. We got to burn it down to the ground. Senate will vote on a GOP health care bill that does not extend expiring tax credits. So what's the chance that goes anywhere? Democrats won't vote for it. But right now, we are now 20 days away, 21, 3 weeks away from seeing your premiums escalate. Estimations are your monthly premium for healthcare, if you even have healthcare, will at least double, perhaps triple, if you live in the state of Wyoming. Florida is going to be particularly hard hit. And who can do that? I don't know who can afford it now. So there has to be some solutions. What some people are going to do is just roll the dice. Many, when asked, say, I can't afford healthcare. I just won't have it. And anyway, you may see the deductible is so high, you may be paying out of pocket anyway for small stuff. But if it's a traumatic injury, if it's a once in a lifetime, like I never saw that coming, devastating kind of care you might need, so-called bear care, emergency insurance program being thought of or proposed in Wyoming, so-called bear care. That would at least provide some sense of peace for those who go without, who say, I can't afford to insure myself with health care. I'll take the hit if it's, I got to fix my kid's broken arm. All right, I'll be paying for that for 8 years, but I'll take that hit. But if something horrible happens, like a bear attack, obviously, statistically, you're not going to be mauled by a grizzly, but it has come with the nickname bear care, meaning any proposed emergency insurance needed for something that is out of the ordinary, way more than anybody would ever bargain for. You never saw this coming. The kind of thing where you call the insurance company and they're like, wow, we'd never heard of, a grizzly bear mauling. Would that work? Is there interest in that? There's some. It's getting a little bit of traction, but the latest we heard from Claire McFarland is some lawmakers are hesitant. They say it's just the government getting involved in insurance, and didn't we learn our lesson from that. House Appropriations Chair John Bear, who first off said, please make it known that Bear Care is not named after me. Mine, the last name is Bear, but I have nothing to do with this, and I'm not sure I even like it. John Bear, Republican Gillette, said, let's rename Bear Care so it doesn't look like it comes from my name. Let's call it Gordon Care, after Governor Mark Gordon, said John Bear, who called Gordon a oft moderate Republican who emphasized health care funding in his own vision for the state budget. Senator Mike Giroux, Democrat, Jackson, he said, let's rename it Wyoming Care. That would at least, if the Chair Bear doesn't like, if Chair Bear hates the name Bear Care, let's change it to Wyoming Care. That would at least sound more compassionate, right? Now, whatever you call it, some lawmakers are opposed, saying it sounds like government-backed insurance program. John Bear says he doesn't favor it, whatever you call it, because he says it would be government-backed insurance program. We're getting into a business that, frankly, the government created the problem in the first place. So I'm not inclined to want to compete in the private sector, said Bear. I don't think that's the proper role of government to do so. I hear him on that one. Totally. On one hand, you want to give people a shot at being able to afford some kind of health care, some kind of health insurance program. But on the other hand, every time the government meddles in something, usually it's a bad idea. Usually the price rises whenever the government gets involved in almost anything. And look at the problems the Affordable Care Act has caused, the Obamacare. Look at where we are now with that. Wyoming offering a program for just catastrophic incidents is at least a novel idea, Chair Bear agreed. But he just worried about the government meddling in sectors, private sectors. He's not the only critic. Representative Abby Angelos, Republican Gillette, also indicated that history should discourage this effort. She said anytime government has gotten into healthcare, education, home loans, those industries have all gone up in price significantly. That's what I just said. Representative Ken Pendergraft, Republican Sheridan, says he doesn't see how it's the proper role of government to, quote, go into competition with the free market, end quote. Yeah. So it's a tough, even when you try to come up with a little piece of relief. Okay, you're going to go uninsured. That's scary. But if you want to walk that tightrope, all right, what if something really catastrophic happens? You're in a terrible, terrible car wreck and your road to recovery is super expensive. What about something called Bear Care that would step in and do it? It sounds reasonable at the first blush, but then you think about it, and these many lawmakers in Wyoming say, hey, that's just government stepping in where they don't belong, and we've seen the problems it's caused in the past. I get both sides of the argument. Tough call. I don't know how we fix it, but we got to do something. I think, I fear in January with no resolution, that Blue Cross Blue Shield bill is going to be eye-popping. You thought property tax was high.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Well, the most interesting story, according to Cowboy State Daily readers, the story it appears that most are interested in is the idea that Daniel Junction Food Mart was the store that sold the $2 million lottery ticket. 1,100 impressions for that little story. 79 comments, 86 shares. You know the shares are going to be high because people want to share that and find out, hey, is this you? Did you buy it? Because they want, if it's somebody they know or if it's that long lost uncle, suddenly you're going to get real friendly, right? You got to cozy up. You know, I've been thinking about you, uncle. We should get together for Christmas, and how are the kids? And have you been to the Daniel Junction gas station recently? Hint, hint. And Ho Stoner had the same comment, the same thought I did. He said, you know the dude that taped up the wolf bought the ticket. He said, you know the dude that taped up the wolf bought the ticket. That was my first thought. Obviously, Daniel, for good or bad, mostly bad, is known for, really one thing. And it's the wolf torturer. And I say that I love Daniel. I've stopped at this little gas station food mart place. I love it. It's real Wyoming. And Daniel, that whole area, ranchers around there, that's real Wyoming. I love Daniel. I've been to the annual Daniel Chili Cook-Off. Pure Wyoming. I've been to the Green River Bar, which is where Cody Roberts brought the wolf. Great place, real Wyoming. Daniel's great, but Daniel has had to live with the whole Cody Roberts Wolf thing. Yes. So when you say Daniel, anytime you say Daniel, Wyoming, Daniel Junction, Food Mart, this store sold the $2.2 million winning lottery ticket. Your first thought is, oh, I bet the Wolf dude bought that. That's what I thought. 1,100 impressions on that story. So people are definitely reading that one and enjoying it. It was topped only by the story about the wind, and we'll get to that in a moment. But if you purchase the Cowboy Draw ticket at Daniel Junction in Sublette County recently, you're going to want to check your numbers. The winning ticket was pulled on Monday, and somebody just won $2,277,420. Cowboy Draw. Winning numbers. Does this sound like the numbers you play? 1, 10, 22, 31, 39. Bingo! The Food Mart's about 68 miles south of Jackson, right there at Daniel Junction, where you have to make a decision whether you want to keep going south to Pinedale or maybe veer off toward Big Piney and, over that way. Owned by Seth and Kim for the last 17 years. Seth said, hey, it's really good news for somebody. And it's good publicity for us. And maybe they hope it was somebody lucky. We're also happy for the lucky winner, all of us here at Daniel Junction, a store representative said. Seth said they sold about 200 tickets from his store in this round of Cowboy Draw. 200. And the store, this little shop has a history of winning. The store has had 22 winners over the last decade. But this $2.2 million payout, the biggest by far. Before that, they had a $1,000 winner last October. Yeah, it's good news. Our friends down there at K-Peak, I think they're K-Peak, K-A-P-K. Radio station 1027. We're on that station, I'm pretty sure, right? If you're listening to me, hello, Pinedale. KAPK. They broke the news, as far as I know. They were the first ones I saw talking about it. And the radio station down there said the winner, a winner here in Sublette County, we want to be your best friend. Yeah, all the friends and family come out of the woodwork when you win. The biggest winner ever in the Cowboy State was back in 2016. Somebody drew a $5 million ticket out of a Maverick convenience store in Evanston. Well, that's a pretty good payday. We're still looking for the winner. Nobody's come forward. Usually it's pretty quiet when people do, just because they don't want the fun uncle suddenly phoning out of the blue. Hey there, nephew. $2.2 million Cowboy Draw was purchased at Daniel Junction. It's the only building in Daniel Junction. It's hard to miss. It's the place you go for gas if you're really in an emergency. I also want to talk about the overloaded trucker that was pulled over and 23 total violations by the time they were done with him. Sheriff Brian Kozak was interviewed for this story. Good job, Laramie County Sheriff's Office. Dale Killingback wrote the story for Cowboy State Daily. And we also want to get to the Cheyenne Foundation purchasing the Outlaw Saloon just days after we heard it served its last beer. It's now going to become a big super rec center in Cheyenne. That's good news. And by far the story we're most interested in, it's always weather, isn't it? 2,600 impressions on the wind in Wyoming yesterday. 223 comments. The story's been shared almost 2,000 times. And most of those you would assume is people from Wyoming bragging on our wind to those that ain't from here. And the headline alone is something to share. 105-mile-an-hour winds recorded in Wyoming Tuesday, and there's even windier weather ahead. That sounds like a story I would share. Definitely. And everybody did. It's like Category 2 hurricane speeds in Wyoming. And we don't think nothing of it. It's just kind of breezy day. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along here on a Wednesday. And thanks for joining us. You're watching the show on YouTube Live, Facebook, X, maybe on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, or heard at radio stations throughout the state. And you can run it back on demand wherever you find and download your favorite podcasts. We're there too. Just search for Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. An overloaded semi-truck with 23 violations backed into a Laramie County Sheriff's Office patrol car on Monday during a traffic stop. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sheriff Brian Kozak said the truck had numerous safety violations and was driven by an undocumented Nicaraguan who was arrested.
This truck that had 23 violations, his deputies pulled it over in Burns, Wyoming, 5 a.m. on Monday, and it had 3 flat tires, brake light didn't work, tail light didn't work, and when the deputy pulled up behind it, pulled it over, he's walking up to the cab. The truck rolls backwards into his patrol vehicle and smashes the front of the patrol vehicle. They were both undocumented aliens, one from Nicaragua, one from Mexico. Both of them have been turned over to ICE.
Sheriff Kozak says the growing number of illegal drivers and trucks on the road made him decide to post a Facebook video about the incident. Archaeologists are searching for a person who stole a human skull from a 1,700-year-old burial site in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that officials call the act grave robbing and disgusting.
What these archaeologists want is to be able to return the skull to the burial site, and they're hoping that that's the best case scenario. As to why somebody would do this, they have no explanation. It's an utter anathema to them, and I think to most people, if you find a burial site that's thousands of years old, it's good where it is, and it should be left undisturbed because it's just as ghoulish as grave robbing in a cemetery would be today.
The Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration is offering a $3,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the individual who stole a human skull from a protected archaeological site near Kanab, Utah. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Someone who bought a cowboy draw ticket at the Daniel Junction Food Mart in Sublette County is $2.2 million richer. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reminds us, we may never know who that winner is.
Who knows who it is? No one knows. They sold 200 of those tickets for the Cowboy Draw. And so somebody's richer, but again, we may never know who it is because Wyoming is one of those states where you can remain anonymous if you want. So congratulations to that person. As one person posted on Facebook, we'd like to be your new best friend. All of us at Cowboy State Daily would like to be their best friend too.
The winning ticket was pulled on Monday and is worth $2,277,420 in the Cowboy Draw game. Roping and riding a terrorized cow moose and then dragging it gave cowboys on a Uinta County ranch enough of a thrill to capture the event on video. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that now those videos are being used to charge the trio with felony violations for cruelty to animals.
This video shows these cowboys lassoing the moose and one of them riding it and spurring it. And then on another date, this was back in May 2021, another of the three has his lariat around it and is pulling the moose. Wyoming Game and Fish is saying that these violations, there's a felony involved against all three of these people. They're facing up to 2 years in prison and a $10,000 fine.
Justin Martin of Evanston, the registered agent for M. Arrow Ranch, Range H. Martin of Evanston, and Kylan W. Platt of Mallard City, Idaho, have all been ordered to appear on January 15, 2026, to face a variety of charges, including accessory before the fact to felony cruelty to animals, among others. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Hey, what say we talk to Shawn Sanchez? I'm ready. Shawn's ready. We're all ready. Shawn, how you doing this morning?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm good. We're going to talk about skulls in Utah. And no, it's not the skull that's gone missing. It just so happens, Shawn, you're on a day where other news out of Utah, down in Kanab, my favorite town in Utah. I love Kanab. A skull has gone missing from an artifact site. No, this is wildlife skulls. And Shawn is an artist, and he manufactures skulls, mule deer, elk, whatever, that you can fashion your antlers on. So often, we go shed hunting and we find like one, maybe a set, but the skull is kind of messed up, or we don't even find it. But you want to mount it. You want to, you want art. What a genius idea. Utah-based Shawn Sanchez creates the skull, your starting point, and then you can affix the antlers. So, yeah, I'm all for it, but I got to learn more about how 3D printing works. I'm fascinated by how did you get into this? Obviously, did you start with, you probably are a shed hunter. You're probably a hunter. You've worked with actual skulls. You've done the whole, beetles, clean it up, and then you got to boil it and all this. But yeah, how'd you get started manufacturing skulls?
Sure. And so it all kind of started out, background in hunting, obviously. So spent all my, adult life, as a kid hunting, and over the last year, kind of went through some stuff to where I couldn't work, and we decided, start looking into 3D printing. And it seems like every kid nowadays, they're asking for these 3D printers, right? It's like, hey, I want a 3D printer. I want to start making dragons or something like that. That seems to be the big thing right now, right?
Yeah.
Kids are always trying to get on and make something like that. And when I looked at it, I thought, okay, what can I do that can, maybe bring in a profit, and being a hunter, looking around, it was like, I wonder if anybody's done anything like this yet, and I found that there were other companies that were doing it, but not really a lot of people, and it wasn't being pushed a lot. And so I started dabbling around trying to find something that was similar to it and see if anybody had already created these models. And sorry, I don't know how much you want to get into the background of 3D printing, and then go into more of like our models that we've created.
Yeah,
but
I'm interested to know. Okay, a couple of things about 3D printing. One, to make the skull, you have to feed the computer all the dimensions. You got to say, I want the skull to look like this long, this high, this wide. So you got to fashion it after realistic skull. So, right? Like what? How did you feed it the data?
Correct. So the way that it works with the skulls is we take pretty much like a LiDAR camera, and we take a real skull, and we will then do a LiDAR imagery of the skull, create an exact 3D replica of that, and then pretty much plug that into the computer. And I don't do this all alone. I also have a designer who helps do all of this, which has been a huge learning point, because this wasn't something that I just I figured out, or sorry, I shouldn't say figured out, but it's not something I did. I actually, by trade, I'm an automotive technician. I did that for years, and then went into this. And so with these 3D printed skulls, that's usually how it is you take a LiDAR camera, or you create these dimensions off of, obviously, different sizes, and trying to figure out what works best. And when you're working with something like a skull where you're putting horns on it, you're having to come up with these different sizes for different people that, you've got a lot bigger and smaller skulls that it makes it kind of hard a little bit for people. They go, well, my head's this big, but this person wants it this big. And so trying to find that happy medium has been the fun point with the skulls, at least.
Yeah, matching. So, yeah, I've got a 4x4 buck, and then the other guy's got a 6x6 bull elk. Like, these are different skulls because it's going to look weird. And these antlers, we'll give away the secret sauce on how you affix your antlers or horns to these things. But I imagine it's you've got that pretty shaked out. My other question about 3D printing is, what is the material? What do you feed into this? 3D printers, obviously, for people who don't know, 2D printer, you go down to Staples and you get your stuff printed out, your whatever you're gonna want on paper. But 3D printer is like stuff. People 3D print guns and whatever, but you can 3D print a skull. What is the material? How do you feed that into the printer?
So the machines, they usually take, there's different types of, it's a plastic is what it is. There's several different kinds. There's polymer, there's nylon, there's even carbon fiber. And those machines all have spools that it then feeds itself into the 3D printers. And honestly, one of the things about the printers is everyone should have one of these in their house. If you don't have one of these are one of those things where if there's something that you want to make, you can take a 10-minute video on YouTube, learn how to do it. And there's lots of appliances at home that you could break, and you can make it right there at home. And it's really simple. It's not something that's difficult. I mean, your 12-year-old kid, your 12-year-old kid will show you how to do it. They already pretty much, do this type of stuff on the daily. So
I don't know why everybody doesn't own one, but wait, I got to caution you, Shawn, as head of your marketing team, don't give away the cow if you can sell the milk. First, let's sell the skulls, man.
Definitely.
Definitely. They are so useful. The technology, unbelievable. These things, these pieces of art that Shawn Sanchez does, they look like a skull for reals. only you're rarely going to get a skull this good. And which leads me to my next point. A lot of people do this. I found one elk skull riddled with ticks. So there's that. It was like ticks crawling all over this thing, Shawn. And then you got to find somebody who knows how to do the process. You know, you got to clean it up. That's not fun. It's a lot of work to get it to where you got it coming right out of the 3D printer, and yours looks like way, way better. And what you really want to show off, oftentimes, is the antlers. So, yeah, I love the idea. I can't believe more people aren't doing this. Genius. Tell me about putting on the antlers. If I'm out shed hunting and I found this match set, man, I found one, and I can't believe it, like 20 yards away in this sagebrush, I found the other one. Now I want to put them on a skull. Pretty easy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple process. I wish, all listeners can see like our skulls, and like, obviously as me and you are talking, I can show a skull.
I'm actually sharing those. I am showing it as we talk.
Okay, as you're showing it, and I'll just show you right here that I've got one sitting here in my hand. But it's as simple as mounting. We have this system that's called our bullet anchor, and it consists of drilling a hole right into the base of the horn, and then mounting that anchor to that, and then that can be then inserted into the head, and then we can then adjust. You can adjust the horns to where you like it, and then pop them in. And so it's a very simple system. It's very durable. Like you had mentioned, you get these old skulls, or even just let's just say a buck that you killed this year, and you go to have a taxidermist do it. Not bagging on the taxidermist at all, but if you know anything about skulls and how you boil them, you do the beetling, you do the bleaching, that deteriorates that skull quite quickly. And then what usually happens after a few years is you start to get this yellow tarnish, and it looks awful, honestly. And so with these plastics that we use, to create these skulls, you're not going to run into that issue. And so it's as simple as, if you've got some basic hand tools and a drill, this is a very simple system to put together. And then because we use literally this, we scan these skulls directly from an actual mule deer or whitetail bull elk. The back ends of them, which I don't know if I ever sent any pictures of those, but the back ends are exactly the same. They still have a skull cavity right in them. Huh. So those are gonna hang up on your wall, just like off of this right there. That is one of our skulls right there.
Yeah,
it's gonna hang up just like any other skull would. And so, and that's what we've tried to do, is to give it the most realistic, and we want to keep it at a price point where everybody can purchase this. And if you find that set of shed and say, hey, I found that same buck sheds, hey, I can pop those off and show my buddies and throw that back on and say, hey, look, take a look at this. This is next year's sheds.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it's cool. I mean, I love the attention to detail, the authenticity. This thing, it looks exactly like what the mule deer or elk head would look like, without the additional cost, without the other things that come with an actual skull. They start to deteriorate. They have breakage. I mean, if you want breakage, I'm sure Shawn could put it in there and make it look like some of it is broken off. But yeah, they look real, and the price point. I mean, that's going to be everybody's favorite part as we move towards Christmas here. These things very affordable. You got a whole mess of mule deers ready to go and elk coming. Where are you? What's the inventory look like?
Yeah, you can get onto our website, and our inventory, we are ready to ship out for Christmas. And right now we're even running like a special, if anybody gets onto our website, it's buckinbullskull.com. We're running a discount code, that code is skulls, and you're getting a 15% off. And if you go around, look at the different companies that are doing this right now, you can't beat our prices, even with them the way that they're sitting right now as it is. So
I like it a lot, Shawn. Buckin Bulls, that's Buck N, the letter N, Bowl Skulls. Bucking Bowl Skulls. Find what Shawn does. Right now, I imagine it's a pretty good side hustle when you can get a hold of the 3D printer if your kid's not making a dragon or something. But it's a pretty good gig for Shawn. Let's make it even better. Shawn Sanchez joins us from Utah with a really cool. I would have never thought of it. It would have never occurred to me that this would be a thing that's half art, half taxidermy, and it's pretty cool. Thanks, Shawn, for popping on with us.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, buddy. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take a break at Don Day and hear the weather forecast after this.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Hey, it's time for a day weather forecast. Don Day is here. And Don, some records fell yesterday or were tied. I'm looking at Idaho. Twin Falls was 59 yesterday. Golly.
Yeah, Pacific Air. We've got two extremes. I mean, we have temperatures like that in Twin Falls, but in the Yukon today and eastern Alaska, so it's right along the Alaskan-Yukon border today, it could hit 60 below zero.
Oh, dude.
So there's 120 degrees difference between Twin Falls and the Yukon. Now, you might say, well, of course it's supposed to be cold in the Yukon, right? Yeah, but that's 40 degrees below average for the Yukon.
Yeah.
So you've got two extremes right next to each other. So your weather reality depends a lot on where you are. I mean, if you're in Twin Falls, you're like, oh God, this is the warmest I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
If you're in Yellowknife, you're not even thinking about going outside.
It is like real estate. It's all about location, man. You can live in a mansion that didn't cost you a lot, or a shack that you had to pay a lot for. It all depends on where you are. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And there can be days on December 10th where Yellowknife and Twin Falls are relatively equal in their high temperature, I would imagine, or some in the neighborhood, but not like this, 120 degrees off.
And those two extremes, the big reason why we had the wind yesterday. I mean, the winds were just horrendous in the central, southern, and eastern parts of Wyoming. I don't know how many blowovers there were on the interstates, but it had to be a high number from just anecdotally talking to people who saw the rigs on their sides. No, they're not taking a nap. They were, around the capital city, a lot of trees. A lot of big trees down.
Oh, yeah.
And the wind is going to howl again today. So in the central, south, and east, high wind warnings again in effect for another 2 days.
Yeah, it's it was a popular story at Cowboy State Daily. Anything to do with Wyoming and wind, those two go hand in hand. And people love to comment and share those. Those are the most shared stories. Always the wind. A truck on its side, or talking about how the kid, still they go out to recess at school, 88-mile-an-hour wind. They like, get on that slide, get on those monkey bars and hang on tight.
Hey, this is Wyoming. I mean, our kids are tough.
Yeah.
We go outside no matter what.
Yeah, it pays to be short in Wyoming. I'll tell you that. We all walk with that lean into the wind. It makes me think, if I'm, the CEO of United or Delta, and I've got an eastbound flight, California to Wyoming, I'm like shutting down the engines as soon as I achieve 30,000 foot. I can throttle down, man. I'm getting pushed all the way there. I'm a glider.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Delta and United lost all the money that they saved on every westbound flight.
Right. They either cancel those, or you're going to have to refuel in mid-flight. Like, you can't even get there. Oh, yeah.
Those Jetstream winds are just crazy strong right along the U.S.-Canadian border, and they will be here for another couple of days.
Yeah. So that cold, by the way, it looks like it will again be a glancing blow in Wyoming. Well, I'm hearing record cold stuff for Midwest and then the eastern seaboard. They're going to see cold through the weekend.
Yeah, so just draw a line from the Yukon through central and eastern Montana, the Dakotas, then the Corn Belt, then into the Great Lakes and New England. So everyone's wondering, well, where's the cold? Where's the cold? It's there. It's just not here. We've got a pattern where the Pacific air is able to hold it back. And that's going to be the case, I think, well into next week as well, to where there's going to be plenty of cold and record cold in parts of Canada, the northern United States. But we need the pattern to change to bring that to here.
Yeah.
But I always remind people, would you rather have 50-mile-per-hour winds or below zero temperatures? Now, I will tell you, half the people say, I don't care if it's cold as long as it's not windy. Then there'll be somebody who says, well, I don't want the cold. Then you have to suffer the wind. We very rarely in the winter in Wyoming do you get that perfect day to where it's nice and mild and sunny and it's not windy. And if it's not windy, it's usually cold.
Good point. Yep. I like your 50-50 model. Pretty accurate. All right, Don. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, wind's the name of the game. Today, yesterday, and really all week. Lots of wind. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and back into the discussion. This is Representative Mike Yin. Mike, good to have you with us. House District 16. This is the current House Minority Floor Leader. He's on several committees. Do you know what committees you're on for this session coming up? You must, right? You're on committees.
Yeah. Good morning, Jake. Good morning, Wyoming. Yeah, I'm on the Corporations Committee and the Labor and Health Committee, as well as Management Council.
Got it. I want to talk property tax. That seems to be the topic right now in everybody's mind. It's going to be huge coming up in February down in Cheyenne. I was interested to see your take on it. And you've got, it's not just the one-off take. You've got a few nuanced ideas about what we should do with property tax. The elimination of property tax, though, I want to start there because there are efforts underway to just throw it out. Residential property tax. Let's just get rid of it. Scott Clem was on earlier this week, and he said, well, careful, you never do eliminate a tax. You only shift a tax burden, and that's a concern of yours as well. But you had something I never thought of. If we were to eliminate residential property tax in Wyoming, sounds good at first blush, but you had a concern about what it could lead to.
Yeah, Jake. So, I was reading other people's opinions and listening to some of the arguments that other of my colleagues have been making. And really, that deals with one side of it. What do we do to replace the money? The other side of it is what kind of behavior does it incentivize in the economy? So the economics argument, which is when you get rid of an expense, you incentivize more demand for that product, and that product being property in Wyoming, right? So you take away property tax across the state, you're a rich investor from out of state, and you see a whole bunch of residential property that you can gobble up and not have any expense at all, right? And not contribute to the community at all. And frankly, you could just own a whole bunch of property, rent it all out, not own any property tax, and not contribute to the economy in any way, shape, or form. One, that makes it impossible for any of us, regular people, to own housing. And then two, it makes it so we have basically hurt the middle class and shifted that tax burden where the middle class is paying for it, and then made them basically go back to the fiefdom era where we just work for rich people to pay rich people's bills, essentially.
Representative Yin wrote an opinion piece the other day titled, "Eliminating Property Tax Would Sell Out Wyoming Forever." Property taxes, one of the few guardrails we have that would discourage people from hoarding property, from using properties as asset portfolios rather than actual housing. That's already a problem. What if it was, what if it was an empty second home that could, somebody could have lived in? Now it's your empty third, fourth, fifth home, and you're just sitting on them waiting for the real estate market to go up, or just using them as an investment instead of housing. And we already seen the market suffering from tight inventory. Yeah, I could see that, where if you weren't paying property tax on that, what's the hurt with hoarding? There is none. There's no pain financially.
Correct. And especially if we're the only state that does it, then why wouldn't you buy your second, third, fourth, fifth house in Wyoming and just have an investment portfolio of land here? But the problem is land is finite. And so land that goes to investors is land that doesn't go to people who actually live, work, play in Wyoming.
Let's get back to what is the issue that started all these discussions, and that's the fact that property tax has gotten out of control, and we have relatively little control over it. Like, who says your property's worth this? Here's your tax bill, and oh my, it's driving people out of their home.
So go ahead.
I want to talk about what steps we can make, which ones we've already made that you like or don't. Beginning with the 25%, the 2 years, 25% off. Is that a Band-Aid? Was that some help, some relief, step in the right direction, or are we still got to think about something long-term?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, the cause, I think we all know it was COVID. Everyone after COVID decided they're going to leave the big cities. They're going to buy and move out west. And so we've seen all of our property values. I mean, in Jackson Hole, our property values, I mean, mine has more than doubled. My property tax has more than doubled. And that's true in so many other communities in Wyoming where folks have raised the property values all around the area. And so how do we deal with those dramatic property tax increases? Well, we've done I think we have 4 different programs, right? So we had the 25% off one. We put in a 4% cap, which I actually think 4% is too tight, right? I get that 100% is too much. I think only letting it go up 4% is too small because, again, state governments still have costs that increase as well. But we've capped it at 4%. So your property taxes, if you are a homeowner in Wyoming, your property taxes are only going to go up 4% each year. And then we also increase the property tax refund program. So if you are even middle class, you probably can access the property tax refund program. And there are a lot of people in Teton County that do access it because we have so many working class folks in this county that can't afford to pay those doubled property taxes. So we put that property tax program in place. We also have the county optional property tax program. Counties have stopped doing that because of the 25% cut, right? So because we put that 25% cut, they don't have the revenue to put in a property tax refund program on the local level. So they don't do that anymore. We have the senior, we have that's the 25% one. And we have a veterans one. And I'm going to bring a bill to make it so renters, because renters indirectly pay property tax. Renters, if their landlord isn't taking advantage of the property tax refund program, but the renter is eligible for it, I'm going to make the renter be able to access it as well.
Interesting. These targeted relief efforts I like them because you're at least you're not doing this blanket measure where if you push here, you might pull there. You never know. What you don't do anything in a vacuum. So if you eliminate property tax, that means somewhere you got to pick up the slack. But let's talk about one more targeted relief effort. What about the idea of 50% off for those over the age of 65 who've lived in their home for 25 years? Is there anything like that with getting any traction?
Yeah, we have a program like that. I should bring it up. I'll bring it up while we're talking. Okay. So we do have a program for seniors that are 65 that have been there in a while. What I want to do though is there are also seniors who are billionaires who are still working, who are still making money. I mean, I guess the question is, why are we still giving billionaires a tax break just because they're over 65? That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. I want to make sure we don't kick any seniors out of their home. 100%. I think that's a problem. We need to deal with it. What I don't want to do, and we've seen this with the 25% cut, most of that money comes out of Teton County, right? So we're saying we're giving 25% back to the richest county in the entire state to help a couple people everywhere else. We can just help the couple people who need the help. It's more than a couple, clearly, Jake. But we can help the people who need the help without giving billionaires a tax break, without giving more investors incentive to hoard property across the state.
We're talking to Representative Mike Yin, House District 16, Democrat, Teton County, now in his 3rd term in the House. Let's talk about Amendment A. 4th. Oh, sorry, 4. Yeah, he's rolling. Amendment A, separating. I thought this was good. The state constitution had commercial property tax lumped together with residential. The two were one and the same. If we wanted to do anything targeted at residential, we had to separate that. And Amendment A did pass, right, in 2024. That's helpful, or what?
Yeah, Jake. So I helped write Amendment A, and I wrote an op-ed in favor of Amendment A that was also published in Wildfile. So what Amendment A is, for those who are listening that don't know, is that it makes it so in Wyoming, all residential had to be valued exactly the same. In Amendment A, we split it, so primary residential could be valued differently than secondary residential, or not primary residential, and commercial. So that way you could have primary homeowners have a different tax rate than commercial and second homes. And we passed it, right? The whole state passed it. They voted it. The people said, yes, we want primary homeowners to be separated. What hasn't happened is the legislature acting on it, right? And so the legislature has had bills they've talked about in the Revenue Committee. Instead, they want to give a tax break to the richest people in the state instead of actually saying, let's focus on primary homeowners. They're saying, we should also let second homeowners and investors also get a tax break rather than just making sure that primary homeowners have less taxes. So we could do it. We could do it immediately if we want to do a special session. We could do it in the next session. I'm all for reducing that tax rate. And frankly, we should reduce the tax rate, and then we should bump up to make sure that second homeowners are paying a little bit more to make sure that we're not losing revenue overall.
Yeah, and that end of it, let's go to that side of the coin, Representative Yin. We do want to give property tax relief for those in need of it most. But yes, that's going to really tighten the revenue stream. Counties each county is going to be hit differently. Some counties will be able to weather that. Some are going to really feel a crunch when that revenue is reduced. What is it going to mean in Teton County? And do we need to make that up if we bump a sales tax up a little higher? That's a regressive tax, targets different people. Is that a solution, or is that somewhere you don't want to go?
No, and there are people who are talking about putting the sales tax back on groceries, and that's the most regressive tax, right? Because if you are the lowest rung on the economic ladder, you still have to buy groceries to feed yourself, right? But if you're the richest person, your grocery bill, it's going to be higher, but it's not going to be that much higher because you're not going to eat terribly more groceries than someone who is on the poorest rung. So sales tax on groceries for me, that's a no way. What people want to do is bump up that sales tax number across the board. What it's going to do is everyone's going to go in Cheyenne and Laramie. They're going to go down to the Front Range to go shopping. So it's going to be a boon for those northern Colorado folks. For those in Evanston, again, they're just going to cross the border. They're going to go into Utah. For those in Gillette, they're going to go up into Montana. Why wouldn't they? So it's when you bump it up too much, you are, again, incentivizing a certain behavior. And if you're incentivizing behavior where people are just going to go, they're going to say, yes, it's worth me taking my once a week trip up north or up south, then they're going to do that. And what's going to hurt is, again, our local communities. And secondarily, it puts, I read former Representative Clem's op-ed. It does put more power in the state government over every community in Wyoming, because it tells the state government who can be funded in your communities, right? So, for example, we have Weed and Pest in Teton County. Weed and Pest is funded solely by property tax right now. If we switched it to we had the sales tax, again, the state would have to dole out money for Weed and Pest in Teton County to ever get funded. And so you've given that power away from the local community, the actual local taxpayers that have to deal with Weed and Pest, and you've given that control to the state.
Yeah, a tweak there creates a tweak here. I mean, nothing you do when it comes to property tax or anything really in the legislature creates maybe unintended consequences. Eliminating property tax altogether for residential, I did not think of that, but outside of the box thinking from Representative Yin said it could encourage folks to just bank property and use it for assets and not homes. And I don't know who wants that. Scott Clem was on Monday. Bob Jordan was on Tuesday to talk about property tax. And Representative Yin, who is going to be down there in Cheyenne soon here. Get ready, Mike. You ready to make the drive? Couple months.
It's always a fun one across I-80 in the winter. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, well, check in again, maybe as we get close and we see some of the concrete bills that will be discussed. We love talking to you. You bring a unique perspective. Thanks for being on.
Thanks, Jake. Anytime.
That's Representative Mike in HD16, and we're talking about property tax really all week. What do? We want to provide relief, but we don't want to lose the revenue stream. And who do we give relief to? Careful when you have these blanket initiatives that some that can afford to pay won't, and those who can least afford to pay are the ones suffering sticker shock. Tough Tough call. Let's take a break. Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Andrew Rossi's here. Rossi, how are you?
Doing all right, Jake. We missed you this weekend.
What? Oh, yeah. I heard Jen said she was hoping to see me at the Christmas party, Cowboy State Daily Christmas party, and I had a wedding. It was not... I did a My Big Fat Greek wedding.
Oh, really?
Yes, and it was lit, as the kids say. It was crazy. They did the Greek music, the Greek dances, throwing money. Money was like falling out of the ceiling. And according to the venue, who I will not name, but they were great, it set a record for alcohol consumption for any event of any size.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. We had fun, but I did miss the party. What happened? Who did something embarrassing at the company party?
Oh, geez, I'll have to tell you off call. I'm not sure I want to put that out there to the world, but you'll get a kick out of it.
I can guess. I mean, you're top of the list of who I would assume would do something that we're going to talk about for weeks, but.
I did some stand-up that I was asked to do, a Cowboy State Daily themed stand-up, so that was kind of fun.
Dude, I love that. That sounds so right. Yeah, that's cool. Well, your story, this is a layup, I guess, for a journalist, a story about anytime you have in the headline 105-mile-an-hour wind, that's like category something hurricane. But that's typical Wyoming. That story doing gangbusters on Facebook, especially the shares, well over 1,000 impressions, and people sharing it to nearly the fact because everybody wants to say, hey, look, this is Wyoming.
Yep. I mean, and that's not even like that strong of a wind for this time of year. I was looking up stories I did last year, and Mount Coffin was getting winds of 120 miles per hour around this time.
Ooh. Yeah, I said yesterday I talked to Secretary of State Chuck Ray, who is so not wind power. And I said, man, if we just put one wind turbine at the top of Mount Coffin, we could power the whole state, assuming the turbine didn't blow away. But
certainly seems that way. But Wyoming's just a state that's, it's predestined to have bad, strong winds. And it's talking to Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day about it. It's a combination of the really strong jet stream that's still ongoing. Wednesday should be a windy day as well. Not as windy as Tuesday, though. But when you get those strong winds and then they're traveling down slope and they're being funneled through the mountains and everything like that, it just Wyoming's a natural wind tunnel in and of itself. And when you get these cold and warm air masses replacing each other during the exchange, that's when you get these really strong winds. And that's what we were experiencing yesterday. We're going to continue experiencing as we go through the rest of the week.
Another story of yours, Andrew, takes place in Utah, but it has Wyoming connections for several reasons. First and foremost, a lot of Wyoming people, we love to go down to Utah when it gets too windy and too cold here. I love southern Utah, the desert. I have been down there in these places that are archaeological sites like the Basket Weavers. I've seen artifacts, clay, pottery, whatever, and you don't touch it, man. You leave it there where it is. You certainly don't go grave robbing. This notion that a human skull, was taken from a site is it's a little gruesome.
Yeah, Jake, when you talk to a lot of your sources, I'm sure as you know, when you talk to sources, they try to keep things pretty diplomatic or like try to speak as professionally as they can about things. I spoke to a bunch of archaeologists, and they just didn't hold back their emotions on this one, nor should they. It's like they just said flat out, this was disgusting. It was disturbing. And the fact that somebody would not only have the inclination to, go to a protected site like that, but the poke around on the ground, dig something up and take it with them. It's like they can't fathom why anybody would be inspired to do that. And you can't blame them for feeling so passionately about it. It's a very morbid, gruesome, and disrespectful thing to do.
Yeah, and as a reporter, you're right. You're not used to seeing and hearing that. You're used to really veiled, careful, couched comments, and then you get a source like Boomgarden who just says, 25 years doing this, I've never seen anything like. I don't even know what to call this. He said, this is grave robbing. It's shocking to me, said Boomgarden. We're going to have him on Friday, by the way. Yeah. It is shocking. How did they find this out? Somebody posted it?
Yeah, which, it's about the stupidest thing you could do. Someone posted a photo of presumably the perpetrator with the skull, and they haven't been able to identify that person. And the thing is, just to show how seriously they're taking this, it would be easy enough to post that photo online and then let social media do its thing and identify this person. Totally. But they're not, because they don't want to desecrate and dishonor the dead by posting a photo of the skull out there. And they feel it'd be ethically inappropriate, were the exact words that Boomgarden used to describe what that would be, is disseminating that photo. And the fact that the person who did it didn't see anything wrong with it. So it's just an awful thing for someone to do, and for someone to be so brazenly proud of.
So even a hesitancy with sharing a photo of somebody's great-great-great-great-grandfather. This is a person, even sharing that photo is not, now you say, compared to removing that skull, that artifact from its resting place. Yeah, it's bad. The site, I was surprised. I love Kanab. That's my favorite town in Utah. I can't think really of a site where that is around Kanab, and we'll never be told where this happened. Same with the, petroglyphs. If, not to discourage people messing with stuff like this, you're just not going to give away the sites. I can think of some around the Blanding area in the southeast where I have encountered this, but around Kanab, I can't think of where this would be, but it is in and around Kanab where this happened.
Yeah. And it's interesting to point out that there was another incident of vandalism of an archaeological site near Kanab that was resolved just last month, I believe. Someone had defaced the petroglyph panel, and they got fined up to nearly $15,000 for what they did. But something that was interesting, I spoke to Bonnie Smith, who's the head of the Wyoming Association of Professional Archaeologists, and she's a very good friend of mine. She told me that there are lots of known burial sites in Wyoming, but obviously the archaeologists don't make a point to promote them. So they'll promote the petroglyph panels, let people know where those are, the buffalo jumps, other sites like that.
Yeah.
But there are known burial sites, and they go out of their way to make sure people don't know where those are because of incidents like this, because they don't expect people to take human remains. That's so ghoulish. But somebody might go there thinking they might be able to dig around and find some jewelry or some artifacts they can take with them. It's still grave robbing, but they just don't want people to know where these spots are out of, giving the dead some dignity and not taking a risk that somebody might be unscrupulous enough to try to take something.
Yeah. That's good to know. You would expect people in the profession, archaeologists, take great care not to disturb sites like this and the human remains, and then take great care to make sure nobody knows about it, because many of us aren't held to that standard, unfortunately. Yeah, all right. So let's see. I saw this video, or I saw photos of this very same thing, and sure enough, we must be on the same feed. We have the same social analytics, but yeah, you had the helicopter hazing the bull elk out of this pond that they had fallen. Beth, thankfully, was there with her cameras. Cool story.
Yeah, it was kind of funny is talking to Beth about it, is that she came on the scene with her camera, and there were a bunch of law enforcement officers there and a game warden, and she got unprecedented access because they approached her when they saw a camera. It's like, "Are you with the news?" She's like, "No, I'm just an amateur photographer." And they're like, "Well, get on in here, get some shots. We want to see them once you're finished," because they knew it was a unique situation. So when the whole thing was resolved, the helicopter successfully got the elk out of the pond and they made their way off into the woods. Everybody found Beth and it's like, "Hey, let's see what you got." And she got some really good shots of that whole scene as it unfolded.
Oh, that's pretty neat that that's a rare thing to be invited into the fold. We now deputize you as a media photographer. Yeah, Beth got great shots. And that was my question when I saw these photos, but very little background and story. That's why I'm glad you fleshed it out for us, Andrew, because I wondered, did these elk survive? Did they get them out of there?
They did, yeah. All four of them, they made it out of the pond. And the thing that impressed everybody was they had to jump a fence, to get back to where they needed to be. And they were all able to jump the fence, no problem. And you would think after spending several hours, in a frozen pond, your limbs wouldn't be able to do much of anything. But they were able to keep going without much issue. So they're sturdy stuff.
We'll have to get Mike Poland on here pretty soon, but you're sort of the de facto Mike Poland. You'll pinch hit for him. There's a belief that Steamboat might be entering a phase of quietness again.
Yep. And, while we're talking about this, I can actually pull it up real quick just to check. The Geyser Times is a great website that posts all the information on the eruptions of the geysers in Yellowstone, at least the significant ones. And yeah, the last eruption of Steamboat Geyser was on the 14th of April of this year, and then the one before that was on February 3rd. So between basically November 23rd, which is election before that, and now it's erupted twice. So that's twice in over a year. And there were points where it was erupting every couple of days. So, yeah, Mike and I chatted about it. He said that there's a well-documented pattern, if you want to call it like a true pattern, of Steamboat going through periods where it erupts once every year or once every few years. Then it has a period where it erupts frequently for a short time, like 6-7 years or so, and then it calms down again. So this most recent cycle started in 2018. It's been erupting frequently since then, but it's gradually been declining, and now we're at the point where we've only seen 2 this calendar year and only 2 in a full span of a year. So that's a strong indication that Steamboat's probably quieting down. It's not dormant. It's still an active system. It's just not erupting, and it's not showing the same pattern leading up to an eruption that it used to. Or rather, it is showing that pattern. It's just not undergoing a major eruption. So it's you can't predict Steamboat, but this is one of the most predictable aspects about it, is this pattern.
And you could just thank your lucky stars you were born. All the timeline from beginning to now that you were born in a day and age where you could see these things playing out. A really active steamboat where like a couple dozen eruptions in a year to a near dormant steamboat, which we've known has happened. And you're seeing it all play out. You're also in a day and age where you can see Andrew Rossi on stage, maybe at a Cody Theater. Like, what a time to be alive. 2025.
Well, that's more frequent than a steamboat eruption, so.
What do you got planned for Christmas? You going to be around? You sticking home?
Yeah, I'm sticking around. I'm going to be on stage this weekend for the 28th annual production of The Nutcracker by the Rocky Mountain Dance Theater.
Dude, let's get there. Everybody. This weekend.
Yep.
I like it. Hey, thanks, Andrew.
Sure thing, Jake. Have a good one.
You too. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily, some stories that he's posted recently you got to check out. Other stories that we didn't really get to from Andrew. The Laramie teacher surprised with the Milken Award. It's the Oscar of teaching. Jared Halsey at Laramie Middle School took home that honor. Other stories, yeah, we got a lot still to get to on a busy Wednesday. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And we'll be right to it after news. Let's take a news break, top of the hour for our radio affiliates. We'll be back in 6.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Roping and riding a terrorized cow moose and then dragging it gave cowboys on a Uintah County ranch enough of a thrill to capture the event on video. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that now those videos are being used to charge the trio with felony violations for cruelty to animals.
There is video that came up because of an investigation later, like a year or two later, by the Wyoming Game and Fish. This video shows these cowboys lassoing the moose and one of them riding it and spurring it. And then on another date, this was back in May 2021, another of the three has his lariat around it and is pulling the moose while the other cowboy videos it. Wyoming Game and Fish is saying that these violations, there's a felony involved against all three of these people. They're facing up to 2 years in prison and a $10,000 fine.
Justin Martin of Evanston, the registered agent for M. Arrow Ranch, Range H. Martin of Evanston, and Kylan W. Platt of Mallard City, Idaho, have all been ordered to appear on January 15, 2026, to face a variety of charges, including accessory to the fact to felony cruelty to animals, among others. Winds as high as 105 miles an hour were recorded on Tuesday, and most of the I-80 and I-25 were closed to high-profile vehicles because of the gusty winds. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that meteorologists say it's a result of cold air trading places with warm air.
We had a surge of cold air from the Arctic sweep over Wyoming during the weekend, and now there's a warm surge of air sweeping in from the Pacific. That's why Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day calls these 50-50 days. If you have a day in winter that's 50 degrees, you have 50-mile-per-hour winds. It gets super windy in Wyoming because of the winds aloft and the strong jet stream.
Wind gusts as high as 105 miles per hour were recorded on the Chief Joseph Highway north of Cody. Mount Coffin, one of the windiest spots in Wyoming, experienced wind gusts up to 86 miles per hour. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. During a tour of the Idaho National Lab on Monday, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright described Wyoming as a tremendous energy state. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Energy Secretary also urged support for nuclear fuel manufacturing.
When asked specifically about where Wyoming fit into all this, we talked about BWXT. BWXT has work going on out at the Idaho lab. They're providing fuel for a couple of projects, and they have this proposal in Gillette. His advice to Wyoming is get in the fuel manufacturing business. Welcome BWXT to your state.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright toured the Idaho National Lab Monday with INL Director John Wagner, U.S. Representative Mike Simpson of Idaho, and Idaho Governor Brad Little. The future of Cheyenne's Outlaw Saloon, Wyoming's largest bar, is settled. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the Maury and Bonnie Brown Foundation purchased the building and will turn it into a rec center.
Cheyenne, the capital city of Wyoming, does not have a community rec center. There are much smaller communities that have rec centers in Wyoming, but the capital of the state does not have one. You can have an aquatic center, multiple volleyball and basketball courts, daycare, pretty much everything that the YMCA used to have when it was open.
Peaches Tyrell, who's overseeing the project, tells Cowboy State Daily that it will be a YMCA, quote, on steroids. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalism.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries?
Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
And we're back from news break. Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday. Let's get Claire McFarland in here and chat her up a little bit. Claire, how's your Wednesday going?
Good. How's yours?
Yeah, it's Wednesday. 2 down, 2 to go. Living for the weekend, man. Me and Loverboy. That's ahead of your time.
I guess.
Okay, let's talk about... we got a lot of Claire McFarland stories that I do want to talk about. We were given a pat on the back to Wyoming Highway Patrol. They made good on a bolo, found those 2 guys that were transporting a teen, presumably to Utah, presumably getting paid to do so. Now we find out a little more. Those 2 guys are bad guys, allegedly. ICE is interested in Pedro Geron Perez and Alexier Solis Gomez, both of them.
Right. The agency has detainers on them both, which is like saying to Carbon County Detention Center, hey, don't let them go anywhere we want them.
Hang on to those dudes kind of memo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's, I guess, more good news for anybody who wants to fight crime. Now, there is the teen involved, the young lady. She maybe was in some kind of relationship with a dude who was allegedly paying to have her transported. He may have cartel ties. She's probably seeing the wrong kind of guys if that's the case. But was she taken, like, she wasn't willingly along on this, was she?
That's the question. You know, the affidavit, so hearsay, double hearsay at this point, right?
Yeah.
The affidavit said her sister told police that the alleged victim was staying at a friend's house and there was an airdropped photo of a gun pointed at that house shortly before this incident. And also that someone was following her, that she was being followed, passive voice. We don't know who was following. We don't know anything when people write in passive voice. We have no clue what's going on. Only that things are going on. But yeah.
Or so things went on.
Things went on. Yeah.
Things had gone on.
Things had gone on.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Oy.
Does it make you cringe? It makes me, when people write in passive voice.
Does. You know what, though? There's probably a lot of things that cops want to teach me that I do not know.
Yeah.
You know, and so, like, it's a trade. I have to deal with their passive voice. They have to deal with me not knowing their jargon or what they go through. Exactly what they go through every day.
Totally.
Rough idea, but
you could help them write write up a decent police report, and they could, give you tips like you got to charge your taser every 3 days, or when you go to deploy it, it's just like putting your tongue on a 9-volt battery. It's nothing.
Is that so?
Well,
every 3 days, huh?
That's what I hear. Wyoming lawmakers concerned about bear care. One lawmaker concerned about the nomenclature. He doesn't like the idea. It's called bear care. Chair Bear, John Bear, said, can we call it something else? And I'm not sure I even like it. Other lawmakers did have concerns with primarily government involvement in health insurance. Didn't we already learn our lesson? Look what's going on nationally with Obamacare, affordable care. A lot of folks had concerns about bear care. What is it, and what are the concerns, Claire?
Okay, so we have this big, fat $500 million over 5 years, at least, program being offered, or series of programs being offered to us via the Trump-backed One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So this big beautiful bill was supposed to infuse like $50 billion across the states into rural health care. So Wyoming's pretty rural, easy to make that case, I guess. But one of the plans that Department of Health is trying out on the federal government to see if it sticks and the federal government deems it worth its money is Bear Care, which is catastrophic and emergency insurance program, state-backed, that eventually, the hope is that eventually it would be self-sustaining as people buy in at cost for these emergency care services. And the idea, according to the Department of Health, is like this way small business groups wouldn't have to buy Cadillac plans. They could buy a simpler plan over here from like the exchange, and then they can buy Bear Care, and then hopefully some savings to pass on in the form of higher wages. So that was the pitch. And the House Appropriations Chair, John Bear, so one of the most powerful people in the legislature because he runs the House Appropriations Committee, which is 1/2 of our purse, 1/2 of the primary control of our purse. He was like, what's with this name? Department of Health said, it's not about you. It's about us being in bear country. So, bear attacks might be covered.
Senator Drew said, let's think, why don't we call it Wyoming Care? And whatever we're going to call it, there was a little bit of heartburn over it because it does involve government getting into private sector stuff like healthcare. That gets messy. We've seen that. But as you said, it's money allocated to rural. I mean, it's money that Trump's got in the BBB that says, hey, here's the money. How do you want to spend it? It sort of seems like a good idea to me, but it's got to be nuanced out because a lot of people I fear are going to choose to go without healthcare. They simply can't do the premiums, and they're going to just take a risk and say, well, if something really, really, really bad happened, it'd be nice to have Bear Care, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. The, opponents were calling it Gordon Care and saying this is just more government. Whereas, Guru was like, if Wyomingites are clamoring for better insurance prices, then we should call it Wyoming Care. And debate's still out.
Yeah. That's that and property tax are going to be thrashed out this coming February in Cheyenne, I think. Two of the top items. This Jackson, close to me, close to home, the whole community here was just shocked. And then to mourning over Flo McCall, the cyclist, well-known photographer here that was killed in a DUI crash. We now see a plea deal. From what I understand, I think the judge has also now accepted this 10 to 12 years. What's going on with this?
I'm ashamed to note that I actually do take sick days once in a while, and I was out sick yesterday when he was actually sentenced.
Okay,
and
no
I
problem.
didn't make the sentencing, but the plea agreement contemplated agreed upon 10 to 12, so neither side is going to argue different.
Yeah,
and then
I
don't remember the other terms.
I think it's one of those. You're not going to bring Flo back. Jody Utter, I'm sure that was not his intention to do what he did. But DUI, the plea deal, 10 to 12 years is what it'll mean. Sentencing yesterday. I'm sure Claire will have a follow-up. What else? Oh, the daughter. I don't know what it is about this case. It was super fascinating to me. Not that this one young lady was the daughter of the Rock Springs police chief, just the fact that these two young ladies were, starting out on life and they were roommates and besties. And then things went weird when one roommate did not like, whenever you introduce the third party, it's usually a boyfriend, through the third wheel. This time it was a pit bull, and one of the roommates didn't like the pit bull. And set this up for us again, Claire. Tell us what happened. There's another plea deal here.
Ali did go ahead and get sentenced to, I think, 42 days in jail. Ali Erspamer, the police chief's daughter, and her friend Hallie Blake had been the roommate that adopted the pit bull. I think Allie moved in after Hallie adopted the pit bull.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to go back and check my notes.
The Hallie Alley household was already disturbed with said pit bull. Some people are not dog people, but some people, your reaction is, I'm just not going to pet the dog. It's not often... querying ChatGPT, can bleach be discovered in a dog autopsy? That's kind of weird.
So in this one you have the girl, poisoning the dog and then getting charged with a felony, and then it gets knocked down to a misdemeanor, and then she gets jail time. The special prosecutor, Clayton Malinkovich, because Danny Aramosby didn't take it.
Yeah.
Obviously he works with the police chief.
Right. You got to go out of county with this. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Malinkovich was like, look, I just wanted to guarantee that she would get jail time, which happens sometimes with, 19-year-old girl, not really criminal history. Probably prospects are good. Probably education is fair. Probably work ethic is good. Not every judge is going to, even if a jury had convicted on the felony, not every judge is going to send a defendant like that to prison.
Yeah.
A lot of judges are going to say, okay, really strict probation or whatever. Or maybe even unsupervised. I don't know, because we don't know which district court judge she would have gotten.
Yeah.
Because it didn't make it to district court because it got knocked down to a misdemeanor and it stayed in misdemeanor court in the circuit court there.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of controversy. So the plea agreement said that she would stay in the Sublette County Jail by agreement with the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office.
Mm.
And then the judge did order, you are to report to the Sublette County Jail. Okay, so the judge orders this to happen pursuant to a plea agreement saying this should happen for her safety, Well, I guess the plea agreement didn't say that, but the prosecutor said this is for her safety. The Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office called me the next morning, and I have all this on the record so I can repeat it, but they were like, nobody consulted us. We have our own safety evaluations we could have done to see whether we could have housed her somehow without her becoming a safety risk. And we could have made that call. And nobody told us anything about this. So what the crap? And so they didn't end up there hasn't been a follow-up story. I don't know if they want to do a follow-up story, but that was like a little post-story explosion.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that. I mean, bars are bars, whether it's Sublet or Sweetwater, and I would imagine Sweetwater's on the financial hook for the 3 hots and a cot, even if she serves it in Sublet. But yeah, I don't mind the 42 days in jail because it's sort of this scared straight thing. You're 19 and you're the daughter of a police chief and you've only seen that side of law. You haven't seen the inside of the bars. It's sort of a scared straight, I don't mind that. Like, this is what jail's like when you do things wrong. And learn this lesson early in life. 19-year-old. She's also on the hook for over $2,000 in burying the dog or incinerating it or whatever they do. Yeah, interesting story. What else? Is the former Laramie mayor lobbyist accused of stealing from the mental health group? That's I don't know.
That one probably hit all the people that were like those that we use the phrase inside baseball. Like those of us that are in this political grind every day probably know more about it than the average reader. But we've all worked with her.
Yeah.
We've all worked with her. And I don't know whether she's guilty, not guilty. All I know is she's been charged. I'm not going to comment on, the disposition, the ultimate disposition. But yeah, no, we've all, we've all worked with Andy. So that's one where I wonder if it actually struck the reporters who put it together than the readers who were like, oh, a lobbyist is charged with a thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I when I saw the name Andy Somerville, I was kind of surprised. But you look at the laundry list of stuff where this debit or credit card was used, and how often, and where the checks were written, and you're like, I don't know how you can pass these off as legit, but we'll see how that goes. Anything else, Claire, you want to talk about?
No.
That's fine. All right. Have a super Wednesday.
Thanks.
Did you go to the party?
I did. Why weren't you there?
I had a DJ a wedding.
Andrew gave me a Wildfile mug in the White Elephant.
Oh, wow.
I have a Wildfile mug now.
Okay. Enjoy that.
Thanks. See ya.
I got a feeling I know the next item that's going to accidentally get broken in the dishwasher at Claire's house. Claire McFarland joining us at the Cowboy State Daily Show with several stories more. We're fleshing out more on that duo charged with kidnapping. Now we know that ICE wants them to be put on ice, put them on hold. Interesting follow-up. Bear care. Does anybody like this idea? It started out as a kind of a useful notion, but there's reasons to hate it, I guess, if you're a lawmaker, especially if it's called bear care and you are Chair John Bear and you don't like it. Yeah. Jackson man, Jody Utter, looking at doing a 10 to 12 year stretch for DUI. Aggravated vehicular homicide. He killed Flo McCall in an incident last summer. And a plea deal there will put him in jail. I'm pretty sure the judge accepted the plea deal the other day, and we get sentencing. That and many, many other Claire McFarland stories you're following in the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more guests. We're jam-packed. Kristy Bussey is going to be on. Jared Petrino, both coming up this hour. Don't go far.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some tired, stale morning show. Hey, it's Jack and Jill on Z108. Coming up, we'll talk about nothing and laugh at our own jokes. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Oh, what a morning it is, huh? Kind of warm, windy. Really, like record-setting warm in some places. Very mild day across the Cowboy State. But as Don Day pointed out, weather's weird, man. Weather all depends on where you are. In the Yukon, if you're in Yellowknife today, it's a teeth-chattering 60 below zero. Are you kidding? I mean, we've seen 60 below in Wyoming. It's happened. That's right around our record, I think. It has happened. 60 below in Yellowknife up there in the Yukon in Alaska. And on the same day, it was near 60 in Twin Falls, Idaho yesterday. Now, obviously, one place in the Yukon is far north of Twin Falls, but still, it's not that far. I mean, 120-degree swing in the high temps for the day. Woo! That's crazy. Yeah, for Twin Falls, that tied a long-standing record. 59 degrees was the high in Twin Falls yesterday. Pretty warm. I think Kristy Bussey's going to be with us. She's booking it. We booked it, and all we need is Kristy to be here. We're talking about the Casper new to you bookstore that's really growing by leaps and bounds. It began with just like a food truck. It began with a book truck, a mobile bookstore, and it's now a brick and mortar and a really nice one. Kristy had an opportunity to move into an old jewelry store that had been there for decades, and Now the space is really neat, really unique. Downtown Casper. You can find them on 118 East 2nd. Bookin it, a new to you book boutique in downtown Casper. We try to highlight some local businesses during the shopping season, the holiday season. We're trying to encourage folks to buy local, shop local. And so we've had a bunch of business owners, retailers, artists, whatever it is. If they make it and sell it, we try to highlight you during these 12 days of Christmas. Or how many days out are we now? 15. Or as Kristy calls it, the 12 days of Bookmas. She's got a cool bookstore thing going on, but maybe she's busy selling books right now. I don't know where she at, so I might move on to this day in history, figuring this is the one slot we can get it in. 1869, Territorial Governor John Campbell signs a bill giving full suffrage and public rights to women in Wyoming. It was the first law passed in the U.S. explicitly granting to women the right to vote. Wyoming Day. This day, 1869, we celebrate it. 1898, the Treaty of Paris was signed, concluding an agreement to end the Spanish-American War. President Teddy Roosevelt was awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace on this day in 1906. Today is the day that Red Cloud died on 1909. The Oglala Sioux warrior chief, the only Indian leader to have won a war with the United States, famous chief, celebrated chief. He died at Pine Ridge Reservation. He was 87 years old, not uncommon for Indians in this time frame to live a long life. 1909, the death of Red Cloud. This day in 1920, Woodrow Wilson received the Nobel Peace Prize. This day in 2010, Sotheby's would auction off a flag attributed to the 7th Cavalry used at the Battle of Little Bighorn. 2010 this day. I don't know what it sold for. I guess that's a little trivia question we could flesh out. And on this day in 2011, I vaguely remember it. Most of Wyoming experiences a total eclipse of the moon. This day, 2011. I sort of remember that. All these things happen on this day in history. That means it's time to check in with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will, what happened last night in Vegas?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here at the halfway point of the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Vegas. A lot of money has been won. A lot of money will continue to be won with the go-rounds and the average payouts all coming up and world titles to be determined. We will check who is number one at the halfway point in the world standings from the NFR coming up.
Ranchers tomorrow at Glasgow Stockyards, Glasgow, Montana. It's their annual December stock cow and bred heifer sale. Already on the books, 700 bred heifers, 400 young to middle-aged bred cows, 900 short-term cows plus young pairs, and even 9 head of bred nurse cows. Another highlight, Hinman Angus of Malta will sell 80 Angus bred heifers and young cows. Sale kicks off on weigh-ups at 9 a.m., bred cows to follow. For all the details, visit GlasgowStockyards.com.
The Goggler Angus annual production sale is Saturday, December 13th. For 3 generations, the Goggler family have bred cattle with hardiness, growth, and outstanding maternal traits. This year, they'll offer over 100 yearling and 2-year-old bulls, 100 commercial females, including bred heifers and 3-year-olds, 40 heifer calves, and a pick of the registered heifers. Go to GogglerAngus.com for more. The Goggler Angus annual production sale with Ray Gardner, 1 o'clock, Saturday, December 13th at the ranch at Judith Gap.
Number one in the world standings halfway through the 10-day journey of the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo. Stetson Wright leads the all-around standings. Could this be his 6th gold buckle? in that category. Rocker Steiner came in number 1, remains number 1 in the bareback riding, as does Will Loomis from Mississippi in the steer wrestling event. Tanner Tomlinson leads the team roping headers, and Jake Long leads the team roping heelers, although they don't rope together. They are the top money earners in each of those categories. In the saddle bronc riding, Ryder Wright leads the saddle bronc riding event, although he's down a horse. He missed the horse out a couple nights ago. Shad Mayfield, the reigning all-around world champion and former tie-down roping world champion, is number 1 in the world right now. The former world champion, actually the reigning world champion barrel racer, Cassie Mowry from Texas, is number 1 in the barrel race, and she is having a terrific finals so far, halfway through. In the bull riding, Stetson Wright came in the number 2 spot. He hangs on to the number 1 spot right now, just ahead of Wacy Shala. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're going to get Kristy Bussey in here, owner of Bookin' It, the new to you boutique in Casper, celebrating now 2 years in the brick and mortar. In fact, the anniversary was back on Black Friday. You can find Kristy's outfit at 118 East 2nd, right in downtown Casper, where, quite honestly, women are running it, man. I love what's going on down there. It doesn't have to be women, but it's a cool, vibrant retail community in downtown Casper. I'm so glad you're into the building, Kristy. Not that we didn't like the book truck, which you'll still see out there now and then. You had a great opportunity to get into a space. But first, let's cue Louis Prima's Shayla Luna and welcome in Kristy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a reader. Look at all these books I got behind me.
Oh, good job. I love it.
I know. I love reading. I'm just fascinated with reading. For you, it's the second chapter of your life. Note the reference to books again, second chapter. You may know, our listeners may know of the name Kristy Bussey. She's maybe she wrote you up alone. You're in the lending game. Is that the day job still?
No, I did that for 20 years at Wallach and Vogue, almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And then when I got the book truck, I did intend the book truck just to be kind of a side hustle and a pleasure thing. And then it ended up being more than that. And so
Right.
I think then the mortgage just I was done with that chapter of my life.
Yeah, so the dream, Kristy's like, well, I want to sell books out of the back of a van, back of a truck. She started out with an achievable goal, an achievable dream, but it was in dream space. And then Jason says, well, I got a truck. And that jump-started things. Like you had the bookmobile going maybe faster than you thought you would.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was really quick. And, having a handy husband is super helpful because without him creating that space, it would have taken a lot longer. But we just jump started it and it was that off and running.
So, I mean, people who are passionate about reading, passionate about books, that's a ready-made market. So the bookmobile's going, that's working. Did you call it Bookin' It then? You had to have, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where, when I was, so I called the truck Bookin' It. And then when without the intent of ever having a storefront. So then when it evolved into that, I debated, do I change the name? Do I do, what do I do? But I decided just to stick with it and keep the theme across the board. So
yeah. I like that. So things are falling into place. This truck comes along faster than you thought it would. Now, I don't know if you dreamed of we got to take the wheels off and make it permanent and set it somewhere. And then this jewelry store comes out, all like decades old. It fell into place. I don't know if your former gig in the financial world helped you, but all of a sudden this just presents itself. Like the doors were opening, huh?
Mm-hmm. And really, I had a different plan, and I had I had a different idea of what I wanted to do, and was very disappointed when that plan kind of fell through. And but the Ayers Jewelry building was vacant. There was a sign in the window, and I was like, oh my God, there's ready-made bookshelves in there from all of the jewelry from all the years ago. And it was just literally perfect for everything that I wanted to do. So then I just kind of adjusted and recalibrated my plan, and then it worked out fantastically in that space.
And it's I've seen photos. It's a bit, in my opinion, it's a big space for a bookstore. Like, many of them are tight. You really got room to move around and do things in this space.
Well, it's very deceiving too from the outside, because just looking in that front window, it looks very small. People often say, "Oh my gosh, it's so much bigger in here than I thought." But I think the way, it's the long skinny, so it appears smaller, but then you have the shelving that goes all the way up. So it really is, it's really set up well for me.
All right, let's talk about the different things that are in there. But first, let's start with the books. Now, what is the model? This is not a brick and mortar Barnes and Noble. These are pre-owned books for the most. Are there any new at all? And how do you stock the books? Some people will bring them in, I imagine.
Yep. So I have a trade-in system where essentially I encourage people to bring in their gently used books, and then they get an account and have store credit. With the store credit, then they're getting half off the new books that they purchase. So the cost to me to acquire the books is low, and then, they're having a discount upon their purchase. I was always a thrifter and garage sale, and I love all that stuff. So I'm always hunting books. And in the beginning, my husband built me a free little library at my house. And that's kind of where my obsession with gathering the books started. And then it just kind of grew. So I have, people bringing in and trading for store credit. I'm looking for used books as I'm shopping and doing. And then with the new books, I'm working on that. I don't really want to specialize in new books because we have Miranda at Wind City for that. But I want to be able to, for my book clubs and whatnot, have the books available on hand. So when I get new books, it will be very limited and just kind of specific to what I need in the store.
And I love, one of my favorite things about shopping at bookstores is when you have the owner and maybe some employees do the recommended list. I like to know what other bookie people are reading and what they recommend. I like to know what Lily recommends for chewing up. Lily may be one of your greeters there. Is she curating any of the bookshelves?
Well, I have a staff pick section, and she has a section there, and people always comment on it. The books never get sold from her section because they look like her and they're adorable. So they just kind of sit there. But yeah, people actually call me in advance and say, is Lily in today? Because if she's not, we're going to come a different day. So she's pretty important to the whole place running smoothly.
Of course. Bookstores anymore, you got to have other elements. You got to have, I don't know, you got to be slinging coffee at the same time, comfortable couch to sit on. Like, what else is in there? Because I see it is a eye full of stuff. Art.
It's busy. So when I first started, with Ayers Jewelry being there, all the bookshelves, as I said, and then there was a little loft or a mezzanine spot that was never used as retail space. So it was kind of blocked off by a soffit up on the ceiling. And that's where the jewelers would go and do their work up there in that space up there. So my husband and my son kind of revamped for me, and there's a little reading nook up there. So I have the loft up there that we host book clubs. And this Saturday, I have a 13-year-old birthday party that's taken on, and I kind of helped her create that, doing a scavenger hunt in the store and different things like that. We're doing a book exchange and a a little craft project. And so that space is available for things like that. Book clubs often will reserve it and come and hold their book club there, bring in their food. And since I opened, I doubled the space, taking over the other side of the building. And my friend Kim Coyle, who owns It's the Little Things Coffee Shop, opened a little coffee shop on the other side. So there's coffee, smoothies, tea, all of that available in the store now too. So
I like that.
Yeah, of course, all the extra sideline items. I have T-shirts and book bags and stickers and, all of the goodies that come in any bookstore. But I kind of like to have a little bit on the snarky side of things. So it's maybe not as polished as some bookstores, but it's fun.
Yeah. It's a bookstore with a little bit of attitude. That's for sure. Booking it.
That's exactly right.
Find Booking It in downtown Casper, and that's the dream come true of Kristy Bussey. I love the place. I got to get in there the next time I'm in Casper. I'm going to add it to my list of Texas Roadhouse. I got to eat there, and then I got to go. Events, a lot of events, book clubs, writing groups. You talked about that. You can rent out the whole space as well. It's a vibrant spot in downtown Casper. And by the way, Lily's little. Lily stands about 7 Daniel Steele paperbacks high.
That's true. She's a thick, robust girl, but she's not big.
Not big. Well, I'm glad. I love how this is taken off. You took a deep seat on that horse, and the second chapter of your life just went off and running. You're like bookmobile, bookstore, and now it is the gathering place in downtown Casper. Booking It. It's the new to you book boutique in downtown Casper. Kristy, thanks for being on.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy the 12 days of Bookmas. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Jared Petrino's on next, right after this quick break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Wednesday. That means Jared Petrino is here to talk UW sports. Let's begin on the hardwood. Men's basketball, big win, and sent those Jackrabbits running back to South Dakota. 106-79. Was there any defense? Not a lot. What a game Tuesday.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a high-flying game. The Pokes shot 63% from the field, which is big time. It was the best they've shot all year.
Yeah.
A lot of fouls. The game didn't have a lot of flow to it, but at the same time, it was fun to watch those guys get up and down. I like Coach Wicks's. He's calling it the Cowboys by committee. So you don't know who's going to be the guy. It's just been so interesting to see that it's one guy this game, another guy this game, another guy this game, and it's fun they're a fun group to watch. They get up and down, they play a lot of guys, and you never know whose night it's going to be.
Yeah, it's fun for the fans to watch this brand of basketball, and it's fun for the players when it is by committee. It's not just the one dude and all over the supporting cast. Could be anybody. Next man up kind of mentality, and fun. 63% to hit 6 out of 10. Better than that from the field. That's crazy. Cowboys are now 8-2 overall in the season. 13-0 under Coach Sundance Wicks in games against non-conference opponents. I love it. Good stuff.
Yeah. And then they finished up non-conference this weekend at South Dakota State, and then it's back home on the 20th for their first home Mountain West opener against Grand Canyon. So first time we see Grand Canyon in the Mountain West Conference right off the bat, which they've been a tournament team the last 2 years. So
I'm so excited to see how we stack up against conference teams in the Mountain West. That'll be fun. Breaking news, this just in, Cowboy Pokes in the pros. Chad Muma, Indianapolis Colts, is just been named the QB3 on the depth chart, right behind Phillip Rivers. They're running out of quarterbacks. Chad might be the signal caller there. He's on the practice squad, but you never know when he'll get elevated to throw a pass.
Yeah, I heard it on the radio. They said he's on the practice squad, but if he gets activated, that kicks his Hall of Fame thing another 5 years. But as long as if he stays on the practice squad, it won't change his Hall of Fame status. But yeah. So I was giving Casey Brown, we're both 44 and we work out every day. I said, well, Phillip Rivers is 44 and he just got a call. You ready to rock? Let's get yourself out and keep your phone by you.
Let's go. Yeah, that buzz might be the Colts calling. Yeah, Danny Dimes is down and they're down to Phillip Rivers. They found him bagging groceries somewhere. Or that was that other guy. Speaking of Hall of Fame, Ryan Yarbrough, one of our favorite wide receivers, college football Hall of Fame. That's cool.
Yeah, awesome for him. He got to come back to one thing that was really cool about the Wyoming games this year. They brought back a icon player from the past for every home game, and Ryan was one of those games, and did an awesome job interacting with the crowd. And it's awesome to see him to get that award and represent the University of Wyoming.
Two-time first-team All-American, twice led the nation in receiving yards. It's hard to imagine a Wyoming wide receiver leading the nation in catch. I mean, especially when on the offensive side of the ball, things were not great for the Pokes, and we're seeing the defections primarily on that side of the football. 4 now have declared for the portal, all of them on the offensive side of the ball. Nobody... I know that we're going to miss terribly, really, but yeah, it's part of the game.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. I think the names that have came out, I don't think anybody up to this point has been, knock on wood, irreplaceable.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, we'll see how that all pans out and see where it goes. The one thing that I keep telling people is that technically the portal's not even open yet. It doesn't open until January 2nd. So the kids are declaring for the portal, but they can't talk to any schools until or anything until after the 2nd. So we're not out of the woods yet. So there's still time. So.
Yeah. So I guess we're looking from what I hear in Laradice, and you can tell us, Jared, you got your ear to the ground. We're looking for an offensive coordinator. Javon Bonight's not the permanent solution. What do they want? A high-profile name, somebody who's been in the job? What are they looking for? A new OC?
And this is all just speculation and guessing. I think he wants to find somebody that's got got experience in running like a dual threat quarterback system where you got a run pass option with your quarterback, a guy that can move, has shown success, obviously. Don't be surprised if it's from the FCS level and not, I don't think a big name is something that's going to fix all of our answers long term. I think you're not looking for a long term. I think you got to bring in somebody. And again, just like any offensive coordinator, good players make good offensive coordinators. So, even Jay Johnson, when he had Kenneth Walker at Michigan State, he was a finalist for one of the offensive assistants of the year. So, when you have good players, you're a pretty good coach. If you hear coaches say that all the time, but I think it's going to be someone that can do that. It'd be interesting. I see there's a big trend right now of hiring, FCS coordinators that have a really good quarterback, and maybe you can bring your guy with you. And that type of thing. That's kind of like the Cam Ward experience that they did at Washington State. That went from Incarnate Word to Washington State to Miami. So something like that. But I don't know. I think he's out. I know he's out interviewing guys right now as we speak, and all over the country. So we'll see where it goes.
I never thought about that. The attaching a quarterback to the OC, like bringing your boy with you. That's interesting. Jared, you touched on this. So much of the offensive football today at the pro level, college level is less the old school, here's the play in the playbook. You call the play, you run the play, it works or it doesn't. Now it almost seems like there's no play call. The quarterback goes to the line of scrimmage. He makes a pre-snap read. He tries to see what the defense is doing. And even the pre-snap read is old school. Now it's the post-snap read where you're talking about these RPOs. The quarterback says, I could give it to this running back depending on what I see out there, or I can take it away and run it myself, or maybe there's no safeties high and I'm going to throw it. A lot of this is today's football.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with my time on the defensive side of the ball, we used to always say we have to be able to defend the play that's on paper and we have to stop the play that's in the dirt. So back when you're a kid, back in the day, you drew up stuff in the dirt, right? So that's how you made plays. So we used to always say we have to defend the play schematically on paper, which is easy. I don't want to say easy, but that's one thing. But the next thing was we have to stop the play in the dirt. And that's that's what made Josh Allen so special. That's what makes Patrick Mahomes so special. That's what makes all these quarterbacks that are playing in the CFP very special. They're not guys that just sit in the pocket and are, you can tee off on them and they're not going to move very much. So that is something that you go back to the NFL is moving to that as well. I mean, you got to have a guy that you don't see too many Tom Brady's anymore. They're going to sit in the pocket and be successful. Right. So it's just that brings a whole dynamic because you're never out of the play. Right. Offensive coordinators don't have to call the perfect play because guess what? Even Sean McDermott said it on Sunday night. He goes 17. I don't know what play was called, but whatever you did, you figured it out. He ran. I mean, it was a broken play that he ran for 40 yards for a touchdown. I mean, those are the things that make players make coaches look real good. So
yeah, it's funny, and I know it offensively. I didn't think of the defense. How do they deal with it? That's interesting that you got to be ready for the play on paper. So if it's, 3rd and 2, you got to assume a running play and be ready to stop that, pack the box. But the play in the dirt is, holy cow, they're throwing it 20 yards down the field on 3rd and 2.
Right. Exactly. It's always something that it probably causes you more stress as a defensive coach than it does in the play on paper, to be flat out honest with you.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to happen. You're predicting the unknown. So
one last thing we'll talk about with Jared Petrino. I am opposed, but that's my opinion. A vote coming up in January will determine whether in college you're allowed to have corporate representation on the uniform, jersey patches, AT&T, patched on your team. There's already teams planning for it. It looks like a done deal, but we'll see. Boy, I just hate it, but that's how NIL money, that's where we're at now. It's money. I think A.D. Berman said he'd be down with it to see on the beautiful brown and gold uniform somebody's corporate logo. Ugh.
Yeah. I think I'll agree with you on that if I had a vote, which I don't. But I know the NFL did this with their practice jerseys because there's a lot of pictures taken at practice, and that was a good starting point. They don't do it on their game jerseys, which I wouldn't mind that at all. I mean, you have enough media photos taken at practices anyway right now that they get a lot of publicity. So
yeah,
I wouldn't mind that as a starting point and launching it like the NFL did. But to put them on, that's the one thing about college football that we've kind of forgotten about. The pageantry, we're getting farther and farther away from that, and that would be another avenue of getting farther and farther away from amateurism. Amateurism is dead, and so unfortunately, so
I know you almost can't say amateur anymore with the money flying around. It is just about professional sports. And then, I look at the sweaters in hockey with the logos and the helmets. I'm like, no, I just do not like it. It's cluttering and I just don't like it. But
at some point, I just got to think, where's the money's going to run out? I mean, right. The money used to go to facilities and meals for the kids and stuff like that on campus. And now it's going to, I don't know. I don't know. Apparently we're doing the wrong thing, Jake, because there's money out there that I guess is unlimited for some people, but I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from, and I don't know when it's got to stop at some point.
Well, your RB1 has to put another Lexus in the garage, so it's not just the meals and oh man, I know. We're just showing our OG boomerness. We like college the way it used to be, but we love our Pokes no matter what. Thanks, Jared.
All right. See you, Jake.
All right, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. It's Jared Petrino. We're talking UW sports, college sports, while we can still call it that. And exciting things happening in basketball. The Cowgirls looking not too bad. And the boys, man, the men's team. Yeah, they're fun to watch. And they hung 106 on the South Dakota Coyotes. 106-79. Shooting 63% from the field. 106-79. When's the last time the Cowboys basketball team went triple digit? I don't know. That's going to do it for this hour. We got one more hour of the show, Cowboy State Daily, and it's coming up. But we got a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side. Don't go far.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. An overloaded semi-truck with 23 violations backed into a Laramie County Sheriff's Office patrol car on Monday during a traffic stop. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Sheriff Brian Kozak said the truck had numerous safety violations and was driven by an undocumented Nicaraguan who was arrested.
This truck that had 23 violations, his deputies pulled it over in Burns, Wyoming, 5 a.m. on Monday, and it had 3 flat tires, brake light didn't work, tail light didn't work, and when the deputy pulled up behind it, pulled it over, he's walking up to the cab. The truck rolls backwards into his patrol vehicle and smashes the front of the patrol vehicle. They were both undocumented aliens, one from Nicaragua, one from Mexico. Both of them have been turned over to ICE.
Sheriff Kozak says the growing number of illegal drivers and trucks on the road made him decide to post a Facebook video about the incident. Archaeologists are searching for a person who stole a human skull from a 1,700-year-old burial site in Utah. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that officials call the act grave robbing and disgusting.
What these archaeologists want is to be able to return the skull to the burial site, and they're hoping that that's the best case scenario. As to why somebody would do this, they have no explanation. It's an utter anathema to them, and I think to most people, if you find a burial site that's thousands of years old, it's good where it is, and it should be left undisturbed because it's just as ghoulish as grave robbing in a cemetery would be today.
The Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration is offering a $3,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the individual who stole a human skull from a protected archaeological site near Kanab, Utah. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
At the Wyoming Rescue Mission, we offer more than a meal. For just $2.58, you can provide the gift of hope, a hot meal, safe shelter, and a chance at a brighter future. We will serve thousands of meals this holiday season, and each meal allows our guests to experience the true spirit of Christmas, love, hope, and new beginnings. Please give the gift of a hot meal and hope today at wyomission.org. That's wyomission.org.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Someone who bought a cowboy draw ticket at the Daniel Junction Food Mart in Sublette County is $2.2 million richer. But as Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr reminds us, we may never know who that winner is.
Who knows who it is? No one knows. They sold 200 of those tickets for the Cowboy Draw. And so somebody's richer, but again, we may never know who it is because Wyoming is one of those states where you can remain anonymous if you want. So congratulations to that person. As one person posted on Facebook, we'd like to be your new best friend. All of us at Cowboy State Daily would like to be their best friend too.
The winning ticket was pulled on Monday and is worth $2,277,420 in the Cowboy Draw game. Roping and riding a terrorized cow moose and then dragging it gave cowboys on a Uinta County ranch enough of a thrill to capture the event on video. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that now those videos are being used to charge the trio with felony violations for cruelty to animals.
This video shows these cowboys lassoing the moose and one of them riding it and spurring it. And then on another date, this was back in May 2021, another of the three has his lariat around it and is pulling the moose. Wyoming Game and Fish is saying that these violations, there's a felony involved against all three of these people. They're facing up to 2 years in prison and a $10,000 fine.
Justin Martin of Evanston, the registered agent for M. Arrow Ranch, Range H. Martin of Evanston, and Kylan W. Platt of Mallard City, Idaho, have all been ordered to appear on January 15, 2026, to face a variety of charges, including accessory before the fact to felony cruelty to animals, among others. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah. Groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Feels like a Monday, looks like a Monday because D-Med is here, but we kind of moved him around. David Madison, what are you doing?
Well, I was on the beat. I was at the Idaho National Lab on Monday.
Oh, you have a little glow to you, yeah.
I was right next. I was 5 feet of leaded glass stood between me and spent radioactive fuel.
How is that facility? That must be pretty cool to walk around in there.
Yeah, when you drive out there, you get a X-Files feeling, arriving at the government base, and they have really heavy security. They have their own energy, Department of Energy security team there. And the occasion was that U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was concluding a 17 lab tour and intentionally had the grand finale at Idaho National Lab because he wanted to drum up enthusiasm and kind of re-emphasize the Trump administration's enthusiasm around nuclear energy, calling it we've arrived at a nuclear renaissance. And for those that don't know, the Idaho National Lab is, a proving ground, kind of the birthplace of commercial electricity generating nuclear reactors. That they had the first, and they've continued to provide resources to companies like Radiant, who had plans to come to Wyoming to develop their microreactor, and they're also working with BWXT on fuel and I believe reactor development as well. So, that's where I was on Monday.
That's pretty cool. INL in Idaho, and Secretary Wright's been hanging out with us a little bit in Wyoming. Frequent flyer miles to Wyoming. He was at the mine opening, of course, with the rare earths minerals, and now nuclear. 17 labs. Yeah, Wyoming poised to really be on the front of this nuclear renaissance if we can get with it. Still concerns over storing spent fuel.
Yeah, I'm working on a story today about fuel. It's and what to do about waste. I made my first trip to, it was called INEL back then, but back in 1996. And the conversation in the last 29 years has been, really evolving. There's way more enthusiasm now for reprocessing and creating new fuel from old fuel, trying to spin the whole waste conversation in a positive direction that this can be recycled, according to the sources I've spoken to at INL. I'm working on that story today, so I'm not sure where it's going to land exactly. I'm looking forward to getting some points of view outside of INL, and really try and help those in Wyoming who have that real worry about what does it mean to get in the nuclear business. Does that mean you have to become a waste dump? There's some good points of view to bring to that conversation, and and what it means that dump might be the wrong word according to the proponents. That it's a necessity, but it's been proven safe over the decades, and that was Chris Wright's message. Part of it was, look, for too long we've overreacted, and we need to reignite we've overreacted with our concern around waste, and we need to reignite our enthusiasm for nuclear energy, because we need the baseload power to achieve all of our technological goals.
Yeah, for instance, we don't use the word overreact when we're talking about anything nuclear. I'm just kidding. But I think that is sorely needed. That highlights the role of journalism and the Cowboy State Daily being able to step up and inform. People need information. They need to understand what is today's nuclear compared to 50 years ago. There's where a lot of our fathers and grandfathers are hanging on to a different kind of notion of what nuclear is, and BWXT Radiant, they're trying to send the message, this is not yesterday's nuclear. This is different. I think that message sorely needed. I don't want to put a lot on you, David, but you got to write that.
Well, I'm trying to reach out to an organization that I covered when I was a journalist in Idaho called the Snake River Alliance. And they're just opposed to nuclear energy across the board. I want to hear where they're coming from. They envision a nuclear-free future. There's other opponents to this kind of thing saying we are out of our minds. We shouldn't be chasing all of this energy. We shouldn't be building all these data centers. And so that's one end of the spectrum. And then you have others who have accepted this as a reality that they envision. They can't envision a future without a drastic increase in electricity generation to power AI, because if to not do that would be to surrender to powers like China and others in this so-called AI energy race. And there was some talk of that. The governor from Idaho, I spoke to him, Brad Little, and he repeated a line you hear, that this is kind of the modern arms race, that if the United States doesn't get its act together, according to Governor Little, what he said was that we're going to lose this race to China. And, the INL certainly is at the forefront of according to this administration, of preventing that from happening.
Well, thanks for making the trip to INL. That was certainly worthwhile. Did you make it in your the rig that you try to get into?
I took my Tacoma this time. Got the studded tires on. I left we had a Christmas party in Casper. Sorry you couldn't be there.
Yeah.
And then I drove. So on Sunday, I drove from Casper over 3 mountain passes. So Togety, Teton, and Pine Creek. And had no problems. It was lovely. Togety was so beautiful, perfect fresh snow. And now we have these very, very discouraging 50-degree temperatures here in Bozeman. All the snow's gone from my house. So I was just getting ready to go for a walk with the dogs in the snow, and now it's all muddy again.
I only mentioned what you were driving to segue into the Utahs, man. I wonder what you got on what's on the odometer. Are you anywhere near Marty Simonich's neighborhood?
No, I still have under 100, but I've pushed some Toyotas pretty far, and I had a Datsun that I pushed really far back in the day. But yes, okay. Let me introduce you to Utah's Million Mile Man.
Yeah.
Marty Simonich is a very enthusiastic Subaru owner. He bought his 2001 Subaru Legacy sedan, Outback sedan, back in 2001. And in talking to mechanics, that was sort of the end of the analog era where, according to them, vehicles were still really built to last. Once you get past the mid-2000s, according to my sources, it seems as though there's this planned obsolescence, which Marty and I talked about, and he rejects this idea that products are made to fail, so you have to buy new ones.
Oh, what a shame.
He really has he takes a philosophical stance on this through his 2001 Subaru Outback Legacy sedan, which is approaching 990 something. He sends me texts with new pictures as the odometer is ticking forward. He thinks by March he will have 1 million miles on this vehicle that's killed, by his estimation, at least 6 deer.
Yeah.
He's replaced the hood a couple times, the windshield. The list of things he hasn't replaced is much shorter than the list of things he has. But he's done a lot of the work himself. And he has a trusted team at this Subaru dealership, or a Subaru mechanic specialist in Centerville, Utah. I also spoke to a Subaru specialist in Cheyenne, and they said they'd seen around 700,000 before, but million is a new one on them. And they basically, it's really not. It's really just investing in the maintenance of the vehicle. I mean, there's no real secret to this. You have to be like Marty. You got to be obsessed with it, and you got to be intentional. And yeah, what a great guy. And I don't know, I could tell some stories about some of the trips he took. How did he get 1 million miles on there? Well, he drove everywhere, including, this is my favorite story. He has a friend whose grandfather passed away on a farm near the Idaho-Utah line in northern Utah. And as they were cleaning out their stuff, they found all of these empty whiskey bottles. And one whiskey bottle that wasn't empty, it still had the seal on it. And this bottle had been distilled in Kentucky in 1913. Well, the family, because as he described, because of the prominent religion of the area, didn't want it really getting out that there was all this whiskey at Grandpa's house. And so they quietly handed the bottle to Marty, and he drove it all the way back to the distillery in Kentucky and handed it to the current owner of the distillery. But in order to get there, he hit a blizzard. They closed I-80. He had to take 2 lanes. He has pictures of him driving through snowdrifts that are as tall as the Subaru.
Yeah.
And anyway, that was just one of several adventures that this very engaging man, Marty, and I hope you'll get him on he's going to be free soon. I bet you'll get him on the radio show to talk to him.
Good. Yeah, well, that's how you get to 1,000,000 miles. You take a bottle of whiskey to Kentucky on a whim. Oh, man. Oh, what a guy. Hey, and thanks for turning us on to Dude Dad. I have been binging his videos for the last couple days. Taylor Kalmus. His wife is funny. She has a deadpan way about her, and I love what he's doing. He's funny as can be.
Yeah, Wyoming really is home to a lot of folks that can appreciate jokes made at the expense of Colorado, right? And this guy moved from LA with his family. He and is it Megan? Yeah. They set up shop, have 4 kids there in a cul-de-sac in Fort Collins. And his videos take the culture to task in Northern Colorado. I mean, I don't know if you saw the one with typical Colorado mom, was very funny. I could relate to that. There's some overlap with here in Bozeman. And then but the news is that he's going to be part of this new series called Comedy That Cares, that a comic in Cheyenne named Dominic Syracuse is setting up. And so it'll both bring top talent to Cheyenne, Casper, Laramie. I think Dude Dad's only doing Cheyenne and Laramie. But as the series goes forward, Casper will be included. And so, yeah, it's a great way to get out and get some laughs and then support an important nonprofit in your community. And anyway, yeah, good for Dude Dad for kicking off this series.
Yeah, you'd be able to see what Taylor does live with the wife, Heidi.
Heidi, yes,
yeah.
Sorry.
The videos, I mean, my 2 favorites, the one where Heidi has a job performance review as the husband and the dad. And she's like, well, you've been a little deficient in communication areas, like the 1-word text response. That is so funny. And the fear of opening the biscuit can. It's in the bomb squad. Like, I also hate opening because I never know when it's going to pop. It scares me. And Heidi's like, give me that thing. Yeah, it's just everyday family stuff is just, the Dude Dad finds humor and it's just so right on.
The show is called Parents Night Out. So it's intended for, folks who have, kids that you call a sitter and go commune with those that are living the same life experience as you.
Yeah, totally. One last story from David Madison I loved, and we had Doug on. Doug is a hero, and Susie. Doug Samuelson, pretty well-known rancher in the Cheyenne area, has a nice spread there, famous spread. And he, was safaring. He was spending time over there in Africa, Mozambique, and he wondered why he never heard the lions roar. And when he found out the lions were gone, man, did he get to work doing stuff.
Yeah, just kind of the equivalent is going camping, in Wyoming and not hearing owls or coyotes at night, right? Like you would notice something is missing. And so he's in Africa and he was expecting to hear that guttural rumble of the lion at night and didn't. And that got a conversation going. Long story short, he forged this friendship with another conservationist named Ivan Carter. Ivan Carter had a connection to Dan Cabela of the Cabela Foundation, the famous brand who makes hunting apparel and other stuff for the outdoors. And then through Dan, met his mom, Mary Cabela, and then the Cabela Family Foundation got behind this idea, and it was the largest international, not the first, it was the largest to this day international transport of lions across an international border. So bringing one, from South Africa to Mozambique. And yeah, Dan, I spoke to Dan and Ivan, and they had nothing but good things to say about Doug, about being kind of this quiet inspiration, a steady hand, someone who shows up, and listens and is in the right place at the right time to be of assistance. And I have gotten a ton of emails about this story. People were touched by it. And it happens at a time where my daughter she's just wrapping up her wildlife rescue adventure in Namibia and South Africa. And so I was able to, anytime I can make myself look cool in the eyes of my daughter, May, she was excited to see the story too. She said, "You spoke to someone in South Africa today?" Whoa. So I interviewed Ivan Carter at 6 a.m. his time, 9:30 my time. And so, yeah, it wasn't that big a lead because I was used to calling my daughter on WhatsApp. Anyway, so yeah, I had a great time telling that story. For listeners out there, really, we were just looking for interesting Wyoming folks doing important, interesting things. And please send us your ideas. I'm also right now trying to report an update on the missing horses story we did. We had those 2 horses go missing north of Moran. That was, they went missing late October. Here we are into December and haven't gotten an update. And so I'm trying, anyone with info, please reach out, David at cowboystatedaily.com, but hoping to update that story soon.
Yeah. Well, it's not a surprise how that story resonated about the lions. 24 transplanted lions from South Africa to Mozambique, and that has now become more than 100, and the Wyoming ties to it. Doug Samuelson with the notion and a heavy lift, which required heavy money. And we go to Cabela's. Mary Cabela grew up in Casper. So it's just such a cool Wyoming thing. And a chance for David Madison to be Doodad himself. That's cool.
Exactly.
Hey, D-Man,
right, thanks, man.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show, David Madison. Let's take a break. Coming right back at you. Special guest. Yeah, we got another coming. We're waiting for Rachel Hawkinson. She's next. And we'll tell you about T-Hawk right after this quick break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. We welcome in Rachel Hawkinson, owner of T-Hawk Studio in Casper. If you've been to the shop, you know it as a kind of a mashup of science and art. She's a metalsmith, jewelry designer, and rock hounder, I would imagine, because she finds her own stuff when she can. Rachel, great to have you on. What are you doing today?
Oh, it's good. I'm just working in my shop, getting ready for Christmas.
Is that it? We see it in the background. For those of you if you're on YouTube, Facebook, X, you can see. If you're on radio, just imagine a really nice space. I love it. So let's talk about how somebody gets it. First, describe what you do, because it is a mixture of kind of science, like you're half welder, half sculptor. What are you? You're an artist, science artist.
Yeah, that's kind of it. More than anything, a lot of people classify me as a metalsmith or a jeweler, but really I like to think that I'm an artist. I like to take and make one-of-a-kind pieces with interesting stones, interesting shapes, and turn them into wearable art. And then I also do like exhibit work and sculptural work too. So it's kind of a little bit of everything.
Yeah. So tell me how you got started with what you do. I kind of learned, spoiler alert, I read ahead. Dad's a welder. So you kind of mapped out a game plan for early on. You were fascinated with like machinery, stuff that can make stuff.
Yeah. My dad, when I grew up, my dad was a single father with 3 daughters. And so I was the middle child. And my older sister was always off doing her own thing. And my younger sister was kind of, learning her own thing. And I loved being out with my dad in the shop. Like I loved the power tools and the saws. And I loved to start the welder. It was really cool to watch my dad turn like regular things that were like sheet metal and tubing and then turn them into functional items. It was just so cool to see how something so simple could transform into something more complex and usable.
That's how a metalsmith gets started. Then you're in college. You went to UW?
I did. I went to UW and I finished my degree here in Casper through the University of Wyoming. And during the art classes, I found a metalsmithing class and things just clicked. And I was like, this is where I need to be.
Nice. And so you took the big leap, T-Hawk Studio. When did that start? It started, we just had another young lady on who does Bookin, the bookstore in downtown Casper. Yeah. So we're giving people holiday gift ideas, shop local. So and she started out kind of incrementally with first a bookmobile, then the brick and mortar. Did you start out that way? You working out of the garage and then you go big with a studio?
Yep. So I started in college and started just doing small projects and my friends really liked them. And so I would give them away. And then I bought a tumbler. That was the very first piece that I ever bought for my house because we weren't allowed to use a tumbler in class. Our teacher said it was kind of like cheating. Oh. So I bought one and then I started buying like little tools and a couple more tools and a couple more tools until I took over my husband's garage and then outgrew that space too. So it kind of just evolved on its own.
So the tumbler, now why isn't that a preferred way? Explain what the tumbler does. And I guess we got to start with the rock hounding. If we're talking about the stones and sourcing stuff, if you can, stuff you find yourself, many of the art pieces you're going to see at T-Hawk Studio are going to be stones you went out and found. Tell us, don't tell us your secret place or where you find them. We don't want to give that away. But yeah, you go find these stones and then you have to they may not look like much out of the ground, right? Because I've seen the tumbler do its thing. So explain the process, finding, tumbling, and then.
So when you find a rock, a lot of times it looks a lot different, but gratefully, we live in Wyoming, and there's so many good places to go rock hounding. If you're out in the open, it doesn't matter where you're at. You could be at Bolton Creek, Shirley Basin, Agate Flats. You're going to find something really cool. And it's kind of just about knowing what you're looking for. And so when I find nice stones, I actually don't polish them. My friend Josh from Wild Warner Lapidary, he's the one that cuts and polishes a lot of my stones. Only because I know if I got into lapidary work, I would never metalsmith again. I would just be polishing rocks all the time.
Yeah.
And so I let him do that. But I actually have I brought a couple of pieces. Like this is a piece of Sweetwater agate that I found. And then my friend Josh actually cut it for me, turned it into a cabochon where I could turn it into a bolo. And so it's really pretty cool to have connections. And like you said, staying local allows you to actually form relationships with people who you can work together with and kind of collab with. And that makes it even more special because when he cuts a stone, he puts his own spin on it. And then I get to take that stone and put my own spin on it. And it kind of just like meshes two personalities together into one really cool, one-of-a-kind piece of wearable art.
Learning how the sausage is made from Rachel Hawkinson, owner of T-Hawk Studio. I've been also sharing the website, which you can find online, thawkstudio.com. Real easy. The letter T, Hawk, Hawkinson, your last name. How'd you come up with that name, T-Hawk? I like it.
Well, actually, I did not come up with it. My son did. When my kids were little, they actually used to call me Mama T because my maiden name started with a T. And then when I got married, my youngest son was devastated because he's like, I can't call you Mama T anymore. And so we were driving somewhere a couple weeks after I got married, and he was like, I know what I'm going to call you from now on. And so he started calling me T-Hawk. And then everybody in my life started calling me T-Hawk, and it just kind of stuck. And it felt right when I started my own business.
Kids know what they were doing. Yeah, you put them on the marketing staff right away.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, so here's what you're going to find in studio. You're thinking about that perfect gift. Rachel has everything from belt buckles to bolos, but it's the rock watches. Oh my goodness. This is the only watch anyone should wear. They say, Timex makes the man, Rolex makes the man. These pieces make the woman, maybe. They're beautiful. This is your signature piece. How many different ones do you have available at any given time? And do they create themselves, Rachel? I'm so interested to learn if the actual stone, whatever it is, a piece of jade, some agate, does that tell you where you're going? What leads you?
Usually the stone always tells me what to do. It doesn't matter what I'm making, but the watch bands are definitely a signature piece. I came up with this idea and people seem to really love them. I love them. I have quite a collection at the house also. Yeah. But they're all different. And usually I'll try to keep about 40 to 50 in stock, like in my store at any given time. But I've probably made close to, I would say, 500 to 1,000 of these suckers, all by hand. Wow. I make the bezels. I do everything. The only thing I don't do is the buckle, but I do all the leather work. I make the little keeper part. So I actually make the little part that holds the watch band in place, when it loops around. But I do all the work on them, and they're kind of a labor of love. And I basically just look for the most interesting stones that I can find. Yeah. Anything that's different, unique, fun, colorful. And so every single watch band is one of a kind, and all the stones are handpicked by me for interest, and also to show that there's a variety of things you can do with them. You can wear things with them. You can change them out. You can actually change out the color of the bands too. So say you had something like this, but you wanted to throw a red band on it, you can change it to a red band. Or if you wanted a white band on it, you can change it to a white band. And so they're actually really versatile too, which is cool.
All right. I just need to know how you make the whole thing. It's such a mystery to me. Now, how do you get the stone? How do you set it in there to stay? Do you glue it in? And how do you work the metal around it?
So a metalsmithing glue is a bad word.
Bad word.
Never use that word. You should always be able to set your stones properly to where you don't have to use glue, because that way they stay in place for years and years and years. Basically what I do is I take a stone and then I fabricate a piece of wire that goes around the stone. And then once it's all set in there, I take and I fold the metal over the stone. So everything's really encapsulated in there and those stones aren't going anywhere. They're there to stay, because watches or anything you wear on your hand gets a lot of wear and tear. There's a lot of, you hit things with it. And so your clothes are rubbing up against it. You want it to be really secure. And what I aim to do in my studio is to make things that are really well made that'll last a lifetime and you could pass them down from generation to generation.
I like that. The worst thing is, the came apart piece of jewelry, and you're like, where'd the stone go? Yeah, good. Rachel Hawkinson, owner of T-Hawk Studio in Casper, and also you make your own leather bit. Like that's a whole nother area. Leather. Did you have to get up to speed on that, or did you already have a background in leather?
I did not have a background in leather. So when I started doing this, my father-in-law actually, he tools leather and makes like belts and the big pieces, chaps, all that stuff. So I went over and kind of got a crash course on what you should do to make sure your leather is wearable and soft. Like I learned how to bevel everything. I got all the right tools to punch the right holes. And so I did have to get a crash course from my father-in-law on how to make sure the leather is wearable and does a good job.
15 days to Christmas. It's the countdown. Where do we find you in Casper, Rachel?
So I'm located at 426 West Yellowstone. It's kitty corner from the old Yellowstone garage. That's how everybody seems to be able to find me. It's kind of a big landmark. Yeah. I'm just nestled in a little building between A1 Tire and Glow Neon. And so that's where you find me here. And then I've got my website and my social media. And right now I'm doing a daily pick of the day where I'm doing 15% off of an item that I pick every day. And that's on my social media. So people can check that out too if they're looking for a deal or a close-up on a piece. But basically my website or my in-person store is the best way to find me.
Check her out on the interwebs, thawkstudio.com, the letter T, thawkstudio.com. One last thing, Rachel, in addition to the retail, like you are a legit artist. This stuff is on show and exhibit, and you've taken the show on the road. Where are you going with your best pieces?
So my Artists or Scientists exhibit is actually up right now at the Red Peak Gallery at First State Bank here in Casper, and anybody can go in during open hours and they can see it there, and it'll be traveling to Pinedale here in the next couple of months, and it'll kind of be going wherever it leads. And so that's the one that's on exhibit now. And then there's a couple of pieces here in my shop that are still for sale from previous exhibits. So those are on display here. And then, stop into Red Peak Gallery. That exhibit's really cool, and I'm really proud of it.
I like it. Great ideas. Shop local. Keep it local. Reason to move to Casper is T-Hawk Studio. Rachel Hawkinson. I love what you're doing there. It's really cool. The pieces are fantastic. Great job.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. People who follow their passion and they're good at what they do and they're able to live their best life that way. It's fascinating. Rachel Hawkinson's got it going on. T-Hawk Studio. Find her on the interwebs, thawkstudio.com. Let's take a break. Coming right back.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Rodeo fans, here's an update on the status of that bull rider, J.R. Stratford. If you saw it last night, round 6 bull riding at the NFR, Stratford went from the highest of highs. He won round 5 with a 90-5 ride on Rafter H Rodeo's previously unridden Deal Me In. Yeah, it was incredible ride. And then you go to last night, round 6. You go from winning the whole smash to riding Pete Carr Pro Rodeo's ETO. And he got body slammed. Oh, it looked bad. Had to be carted out of the arena. It looked really, really bad. Stretchered out. He was all wrapped up like a mummy. Well, some good news regarding J.R. Stratford. The update this morning is the official word from Justin Sports Medicine Team: facial forehead laceration, broken nose, concussion, but extremely blessed that that's all it was. His status for tonight, I love that this is the only rodeo tough, man, right? Normally, he's got a big laceration over his left eyelid. His nose is broke. He suffered a concussion. His head and face are all swollen. His eyelids stitched shut. And they list his status for tonight as questionable. If he could get on a bull, he's going to. J.R. Stratford, man. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. The Kansas bull rider. What a wreck last night. It looked horrible. But it turns out to be just, one of them rodeo things. Wow. Looking at round 6 results, you heard our buddy Will Rasmussen mention some of these events and what happened last night, the NFR. Kate Saunier rode Land of Fancy bareback rider to an 88. Wasey Shala, he's one of my favorites. He took 3rd last night in bareback riding. Wasey's had a tough time with the bulls. I'm surprised. Wasey got thrown last night again. Big Shasta, Powder River Rodeo dumped him. That does not happen every day, man. Stetson Wright won bull riding with an 88-5 on Insurrection. That was a pretty good ride. Saddle Bronx, Statler Wright. Man, he's having a season. 90-point ride on Renegade. And our 2 Brodies from Wyoming, Brody Kress, came in 5th with an 86-2.5 ride on Monster. That was a $9,400 payday for Brody Kress. Brody Wells, no luck on No Tail Dell. No score on his ride. So, just wrapping up some NFR for you, in case you're wondering what happened last night in Las Vegas. Those are real cowboys, not the 2 Uinta County ranch cowboys who abused that moose. That was terrible. Dale Killingbeck had that story in the Cowboy State Daily. We talked about it earlier today. Other stories we're still getting to. Scott Schwebke's story about the Florida professor who took a horseback ride in Cody. And man, he's not the first or the last dude to fall off his horse, but his wreck was significant. Bhuvan, I'm going to have a tough time saying this name. He is of Indian descent. Bhuvan Unhalkar. We'll just call him BU. He's admitted that he's a greenhorn, never rode a horse. He went on a 2-hour trail ride in Cody back in September, this man from Florida. And he was on a white mare named Jenny, seemed like a real gentle mare. And then they were told they were going up a hill and they had to lean forward in the saddle. And he said he was already kind of tired. He said his legs were numb and they began to cramp up. He says, I am an Indian who was trying to be a cowboy. He laughed, the 65-year-old naturalized U.S. student and taking a break from his duties as a business professor at University of South Florida, having a little fun riding a horse in Wyoming. He said, my thighs were all sore, and he said, straddling a horse was not easy for me. I was already in pain before he fell off, and he fell off, and he skidded down a hill. I mean, it was a pretty big wreck. Took 45 minutes for first responders to get to him. And he was messed up pretty good, several injuries, but he's back on the mend. We checked in with him again. Scott Schwebke writes the story and said the professor is fully recovered. He said he's not going to ride a horse again. He's learned his lesson there, but he does plan to run a half marathon in Sydney, Australia, coming up soon. But he's given up the whole horse riding bit. I don't blame him. Yeah, what? One and done with the horse wreck. Wyoming Game and Fish. Let's check in with Ray Hageman and see what he's up to.
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman, and this is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. More hunter management areas in the state are shutting down for the winter. Stay tuned. As the year comes to a close, many of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's areas that provide access to hunters and anglers are closing for the season. Wildlife Habitat Management Areas, or WHMAs, began closing in mid-November to provide protections for wildlife on their winter ranges. Other closures will be happening this month and in January. The majority of WHMAs either close or have restrictions each winter, with most areas reopening at the end of April on into May. These closures help minimize stress-causing disturbances to wintering deer, elk, bighorn sheep, and other wildlife. They also reduce the human and recreational impacts to the forage that supports wintering wildlife. Wildlife Habitat Management Areas are lands that provide crucial wintering habitat for big game and important production areas for birds and mammals. As this habitat is crucial for wildlife during winter, it also reduces the impact of private lands for livestock production. Other benefits include protection of quality watersheds, native plants, and wildlife corridors. The Game and Fish maintains more than 500,000 acres of land through WHMAs. The areas include access to nearly 225 miles of streams, more than 21,000 lake surface acres, and more than 148 miles of road right-of-ways. Closure dates of WHMAs can vary, and some areas stay open year-round, but with some restrictions. For specific area details, be sure to visit the WHMA page on the Wyoming Game and Fish website. That page contains maps, general regulations, and rules governing each unique area. WHMAs provide permanent access for outdoor lovers to fish, hunt, trap, boat, view wildlife, picnic, and hike, except during closures. Camping is allowed in designated areas, and motor vehicles are allowed on designated roads. Each WHMA has informational signs which have specific uses and rules for the area. The Game and Fish encourages the public to use these areas. An interactive map that outlines each of the department's WHMAs, again, is on the Game and Fish website. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Thanks, Ray, for the Game and Fish update. Other Game and Fish news that I had set aside. What did I do with it? I swear I put it somewhere where I could find it. And, of course, now when I need it, it's gone. There was recent Game and Fish news. Here it is. I hope I can say this guy's name and do it justice. John Desaunier, one or the other. Game and Fish Department's Lander Access Yes Coordinator and Game Warden received the 2025 Shikar Safari Wildlife Officer of the Year for Wyoming. It's a big deal. The award's given annually in every state and Canadian province by the Shikar Safari Club International, honoring a wildlife officer whose efforts during the year display outstanding performance and achievement. Desaunier, known for his ability to communicate with all types of people, ranging from kids to adults, hunter education programs, local business owners, hunters, anglers, the bit. So good job. Way to go, John, to get that recognition. Sheriff's office up there in Laramie, our buddy Brian Kozak said he's afraid to drive with truckers on the road like this. He said, what's happening these last few years? I'm amazed, said Sheriff Kozak, and I'm scared to be out driving on the roads, frankly. Kozak's crew at the Laramie County Sheriff's Office managed to pull over a trucker the other day, 5 in the morning. This guy, 5:49 a.m., driving on County Road 213, was driving an overloaded semi-trailer. Overloaded was just the beginning of things wrong with this whole scenario. Sheriff Kozak said one of his deputies pulled this guy over and started writing down the list of safety violations from 3 bald. He had bald tires, 3 flat tires. He had a tail light, a brake light that didn't work, and then the brakes themselves didn't work. They had the truck pulled over in park, and I could just see the deputy going down the list of violations: bald tires, flat tires. You got a brake light out there, and then the truck rolled back and hits the deputy's cruiser. Brakes don't work. Yeah, add that to the list. 23 citations in all for an undocumented Nicaraguan driver, and along with him was a Mexican national. Neither one had proper papers for being in the country, so they're both now in custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. Neither one had a valid CDL, a driver's license for truck. They didn't have anything. They had a piece of junk truck that barely was operational, and neither had a CDL, neither in the country legally. This is what we're up against. This is what is going on now, and this is why people like Sheriff Kozak are kind of afraid to drive out there now with truckers like this. This story from Dale Killingback, chilling, actually. It continues. We're now at the awaiting arraignment for this Cheyenne pair, this couple that was raising a few kids. I think they had 3 kids in total, but we're talking about the one 14-year-old that showed up in a hospital emergency room. The 14-year-old had seizures, nearly died, was underweight, malnourished, had a salt deficiency because basically all the salt was flushed out of his body. This 14-year-old was told by his parents, forced by his parents, to drink way too much water, like gallons of water. Stephanie Linke, Michael Gruchast are charged with aggravated child abuse, torture, cruel confinement, several issues concerning Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. October 16th, when the 14-year-old son was brought in unresponsive, stiff, drooling, a body that was ice cold, suffering from seizures. In the affidavit, hospital staff noticed several abrasions, bruises on the body, a notable wound behind the left ear. His joints, quote, cracked and popped. He was diagnosed with hyponatremia, a life-threatening condition that occurs from lower than normal levels of sodium in the bloodstream, due primarily to the punishments this 14-year-old received for various degrees of things he did wrong in the home. He wanted to drink soda. The parents said, "You'll not drink soda. You'll drink water, and you'll drink 1 gallon of water a day." He was asked to drink his body weight in water, which is obviously ridiculous. And it all came to a head last October when the 14-year-old showed up in the emergency room. It's just awful, awful stuff from parents that, shouldn't be parents. Claire McFarland's story, it's a Pine Bluffs mayor chosen to fill the seat from Representative John Eklund, chosen from 3 possible candidates. Pine Bluffs Mayor Justin Fornstrom will vacate his seat as the mayor of Pine Bluffs in order to take the House vacancy left by the late Representative John Eklund. Fornstrom said balancing the budget high on his list of priorities, serving community and backing Wyoming's traditional industries like oil, gas, and coal. So, all these stories, that's what we've been covering today in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Big thanks to all of our guests today. We had many. It was a fun morning. We got to chat with Shawn Sanchez, who makes 3D, he prints 3D wildlife skulls of elk and mule deer. Representative Mike Yin was on to talk about what we're going to do with property tax relief. Kristy Bussey joined us, owner of Bookin, the new to you bookstore boutique in Casper, celebrating 2 years in her brick and mortar. And what a good idea. Book shopping locally theme. Rachel Hawkinson was on, the owner of T-Hawk Studio in Casper, a metalsmith and jewelry. Good stuff. What a morning. And that's going to do it for us. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.